guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The National Transportation Safety Board has taken charge of the investigation into the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy.
And what they're going to look at and begin to collect is information on vessel operations, safety history, safety record, the look at the owner, the look at the operator.
The crash and collapse happened after the ship's crew reported losing control of their vessel, prompting authorities to close the bridge to traffic. A New York judge overseeing Donald Trump's upcoming hush money trial has issued a gag order against the former president. This order bars Trump from making public remarks concerning witnesses, prosecutors, and court personnel involved in the case. The decision comes ahead of Trump's trial, which is set to begin on April 15th. Donald Trump has entered Bloomberg's list of the 500 wealthiest individuals globally. The recognition came Tuesday following the public debut of Truth Social, the social media platform initiated by the former president, which secured him billions of dollars in stock options. With ownership of nearly 59% of the new company, Trump's net worth surged by approximately $4 billion. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has announced his selection for vice president during a rally in Oakland, California, Tuesday.
I'm so proud to introduce to you the next vice president of the United States, Nicole Shanahan.
The independent candidate revealed his pick to be the 38-year-old attorney and tech entrepreneur aiming to inject fresh energy into his presidential campaign. With hopes of expanding his presence on state ballots, this strategic move might also attract crucial financial support, potentially bolstering Kennedy's bid for the presidency. A new analysis shows the number of fatal traffic accidents surged in the U.S. around the time of 2017's total solar eclipse. A research letter published in JAMA Internal Medicine found there was a 31% rise in fatal accidents. This is USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. double. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
For the time being, WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange has been spared extradition to the U.S., where he faces charges related to spying. A court in London made that ruling Tuesday, stipulating that the U.S. government must furnish a set of assurances within 3 weeks regarding Assange's First Amendment rights and confirming that he will not face the death penalty if tried in the U.S. Texas public safety commanders say their officers will only be permitted to make arrests when they see immigrants crossing the Rio Grande River into Texas illegally. USA's Ryan Daniels has more.
A spokesman for the Texas Department of Public Safety clarified Monday how state officers would approach enforcement of the new Texas immigration law being challenged in court. However, opponents say promises like that do not square with what's written in the law. They claim Texas state officers will still be able to profile people on the streets in Texas if they see fit to do so. A federal appeals court has put the law on hold as lawsuits play out.
The Supreme Court is currently deliberating a case with a potential implication for access to the abortion pill mifepristone. Justices are examining an appeals court ruling that halted recent FDA revisions aimed at expanding the availability of the medication. A new documentary chronicling the Beach Boys will debut on Disney Plus on May 24th, titled The Beach Boys. The film will showcase never-before-seen footage, along with new interviews with band members Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Al Jardine, and more. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, the clock strikes midnight in the Eastern Time Zone. Time to get the party started. Here we go. It's another day. As we turn the page on the calendar, welcome in. Welcome aboard. Thank you so much. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Midweek coming on already. Hope your week's going well. We call it Hump Day. Another chilly night. Old man winter can't make up his mind. Are we going to hang on to winter or transition to spring? Freeze warnings. Portions of southeastern Kansas, central, east central, and south central Missouri. Frost advisories down into northern Arkansas, western Tennessee. The Memphis area, frost advisories tonight. We're looking at 47 degrees outside the secret bunker here in southwest Ohio. Had a little bit of rain pass through earlier, so you've got some spotty showers stretching from southwest Ohio up into the north central Ohio. Most of the rain is cleared out of Michigan. You'll find some shower activity pushing into the northeast during the overnight hours. And the tailing end of this, what was the big storm system, still dropping some lighter rain. Nothing as far as severe weather still in the mix tonight. Yeah, things have quieted down. So we've got some rain from northeast Georgia and southwestern Georgia. Most of that is light to moderate, spotty at best, so shouldn't slow you down too much. The risk of severe weather really diminished quickly after the sun went down this past evening. So as we look toward Wednesday, most of the storms overnight will not be severe. Wednesday, though, the threat of severe weather is going to shift a bit further to the east. Northern Florida, along the Atlantic coast, then into the southeastern portions of Georgia and South Carolina. Just like Tuesday night, the main threats later today and Wednesday night, strong wind gusts, maybe some flash flooding. A small number of the stronger storms may produce a brief tornado, but some of the cities that could see severe weather later today: Jacksonville, Florida; Savannah, Georgia; Charleston, South Carolina, all headed eastern along the coastal areas. Yeah, part of that same system's going to spawn a zone of heavy rain from the South Carolina to eastern North Carolina, maybe even southeastern Virginia, the Atlantic coast, later Wednesday night to Thursday night. Some of that rain may come back westward to the I-95 corridor in the northeast, maybe to the Baltimore area, where the crews there, of course, are assessing the Key Bridge collision and the collapse that occurred less than 24 hours ago. It was about 1:30 Tuesday morning. Of course, that was the breaking story of the day as we headed through the second half of the program. As the sun came up, complete devastation. More details released over the past day. We will have all the very latest as far as the bridge collapse. Plenty to cover, lots to cover under industry headlines, trucking news, following up from the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville last week and into the weekend. Meanwhile, what do we have here? Weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions as we roll into a new day. Of course, as we head into the second half of the week, Easter weekend will be upon us. It looks like the final weekend of March could go out like a lion for some. Other locations, tranquil holiday weekend for festivities and travel. Not the biggest of travel weekends, but yeah, the travel and outdoor trouble spots will be portions of the Midwest, the Northern Plains, portions of the Rockies, and California. We're going to have two separate storm systems to talk about. Actually, some rain and maybe some snow for the Midwest in the Ohio Valley. The storm that affected the Northwest Tuesday night to Thursday and the interior West as we wrap up the week is going to swing across the northeastern tier of the country as we head toward the weekend, the north central states. While neither the rain nor the snow looks excessive, the storm will bring a broad area as one part of the storm races east from the northern plains Friday, Good Friday, to across the Great Lakes in the Ohio Valley on Saturday. Yeah, parts of this storm that do have cold enough temperatures, some snow or a wintry mix, generally from the Dakotas, northern areas of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. There could be enough to make for some slippery travel conditions. It's not going to rain or snow the entire time for the extended holiday weekend. Maybe just a shower or two around Chicago during the day on Easter. It may rain enough for some areas to spoil your outdoor activities, your Easter egg hunts, or make for damp conditions for the religious services. And again, as I mentioned, the Easter egg hunts there. But as we get things underway, who we got checking in out of the box there? Hello, Marianne. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Pap on board. Hello from Loveland, Ohio, Eric Elam. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. That must be Pappy. It's the midnight hour somewhere deep beneath the earth's crust is the Hot Shot secret bunker. Steve throwing the breakers. The FR3 antenna is up. The stick shift eliminator power mic is on. Stay Bill your lane because the overnight drive is about to be hammered down. 50 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. A little windy tonight. Got cigarettes to roll, buttons to polish, laundry to do. So heat up that cup of joe, snuggle up with whomever or whatever, and dial that number 844-844-3388. Be a part of the show. Don't be a scarecrow, or you could be like Big Ed. Can't find them, grind them. Yeah, speaking of scarecrow, he's pretty much a full week in now to his overseas journey. Hopefully having a good time with his son and the family there in South Korea. It was a 2-week stint, so I guess next week we may be able to get a full report from the Scarecrow. We'll look forward to that. Good morning, everybody. A nice 74 degrees in Central Florida, says Glenn. Everybody be safe out there. Can't wait for the show tonight. Thanks for all you do, Steve. Very good. Good morning from DeMont, Indiana. Hello, Brian. And with some Middletown, Ohio steel from Cleveland Cliff, Chicago bound. Everybody stay safe out there, moving that steel. Hello to Pappy. Yes, Princess is in the house. How about that? That's unusual. Hello to Gilligan. Shorty is I-77 northbound, Mount Airy, North Carolina. 47 degrees. We are Columbus bound. Heat wave, good morning. Phoenix, Arizona checking in, loving the booming Biden economy. There ain't nothing to haul. I don't know who's making the money in this economy, but it sure as hell ain't me. Gilligan, good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, overcast, dry in Ironton, Virginia tonight. 48, everybody keep it shiny side up. Hello to Jacob. Good morning. The overnight drive from Kingsport, Tennessee. Hello to Kevin. Good morning to the overnight crew. Dave Berman. That's Dave from Maine. Good morning from Parsonsfield, Maine. Probably 2 more days listening to that generator. Yeah, what an ice storm we had on Saturday. Prayers for those affected in Baltimore. Yes. So that happened over the weekend. I kind of missed out on that. Being in Louisville, Mid-America Truck Show, didn't pay a whole lot of attention to the weather. Just kind of tried to give people the update as they were headed into town. But so ice storm, huh? Let's see. Heatwave says, I will not be calling in tonight. As Big Ed said earlier today, damn, Heatwave, you were on the money with the lack of freight out there, but you sounded like shish kebab. Yeah, the voice was rather rough last evening. I'll check back in a while. Hello, Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Monday, whatever day it is. 12 days till the eclipse, and nearly everything is closing that day. Reservations are being made for prime vantage spots. Anyway, got a Warsaw, Indiana load to start out. Who knows what's next? Breezy, partly cloudy, 43 degrees on 30 in Indiana. We'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up here in just a bit. I wanted to get out of the box here. Hello, Monkey Gouger. Well, it was good to see you in Louisville, although it was not the extended stay. Not the extended stay. You had to make an emergency exit.
Yeah, I got a phone call. Everybody's wanting to know, send me a message. Where you at? Where you at? Well, Friday night, Rutledge James Artist decides he's going to make his appearance into the world. And they just said, if you want to get here, you better get here fast. So I loaded up. It was Saturday morning about 1 o'clock when I left the show and got to the house, and he waited on me to Saturday night. Then he decided he was coming into the world. And he weighed 7 pounds and 2 ounces. Hair full of black hair, long, lanky baby, good looking grandson. And
yeah.
Went home thinking everything was okay, you know. He was breathing good and everything. And then I get a phone call Saturday and Sunday. I got my days mixed up because I hadn't slept much, but got my days mixed up. But anyway, Sunday afternoon, they had to transport in Richmond Memorial his oxygen content. The carbon dioxide or whatever is making his heart pump about 6 times harder than it should. So they had to put him on a ventilator, and they got him in critical care over yonder at Richmond Memorial Hospital. So as we're playing the waiting game now. So the other thing I called you about, Steve, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we got a friend of this show that's been there, I reckon, since the first day, and him and his daddy attended almost every show, and we was asking about them while we was up there. We want to know where they was at, because they always make an appearance at the overnight drive, and it was Ernie and Eric Foliage, and the father has cancer in his spine and brain, and like he's gonna pay it maybe they said 3 to 4 weeks. Is what they give him.
Wow. I mean, I was expecting fully to see them. Yeah, we call them the Froge boys, but it's Eric and Ernie. Wait, which one's the dad? Is it Eric or Ernie? I always get them confused.
Ernie was the dad, and everybody knew him by Stick. Because he always kept something going all the time,
Right.
And then Eric was the son. And I wasn't expecting this phone call. I mean, I knew that they wasn't there, because we'd all asked where they was at and everything, and nobody knew. And so he asked me would I spread the word and ask everybody to please pray for his daddy tonight, for the remaining days he has on this earth.
So
comfort him and everything.
So they just got the word, huh? Had he been running sick, or did he know anything was going on, or?
Well, from what Eric was telling me, I think I got this right. 5 months ago, he had a spot on I think it was his lung.
Yeah.
And they took him in and give him radiation, and he just received a big truck driving award from that company they released to over out of Memphis, Tennessee. He got Driver of the Year.
Wow.
And so anyway, they done chemo on him, thought they had it cured, and I think been about a couple of weeks ago from what Eric was telling me, he started coughing blood up, and they rushed him to the hospital, and they found a place on his spine, his lung, and his brain.
So it's spread all through the body. Wow. Man, oh man.
Right, must be so I just ask everybody that, knows them and don't know them or whatever, just send a prayer and appreciate it.
Well, not the bearer of good news, but boy, I appreciate the update there. Like I said, they were the ones that always brought me my first beer to the booth at the Mid-America Truck Show, without fail.
Yeah, buddy.
They'd show up. They'd show up at the booth at noon and say, "You ready for a beer?" And I said, "Well, I'm not allowed to have a beer yet. I got a few more hours to work here."
I tell you, them two was something else, man. They always have something going on.
Yes.
So, Steve, I'm gonna get out of here, and if any, I'll try to keep you updated through the next couple of weeks, because they say they're probably gonna be over there in the hospital anywhere 2 to 3 weeks so they can get his lungs opened up and let him. He come like 3.5 weeks early, 4 weeks early.
Okay.
And I told her when I left, I said, "Now don't you have that baby that I get back." She said, "I ain't due for another 4 weeks. So I reckon I blackmailed her." But anyway, that's what happened. I left Louisville in a big hurry.
So you said the hospital's about 50 miles away, so you're kind of like you're taking shifts, something going back and forth, you just got home, you're going to try to get some sleep, and you'll roll back up there maybe later today?
Right. We're trying to keep somebody over there. The only people that can see him is his mother and father, and they only letting JJ and Katie seem like for 5 minutes every 6 hours.
Wow.
Because they don't want to get him excited, or it's a mess, Steve. And we're trying to keep somebody over there all the time in case something happens. And so anyway, well, I'll get out of here and I'll keep y'all updated and I'll be sure and keep earning his prayers. So. We'll talk to you later, man.
All right. It was good to see you there, Louisville. Thanks for the update. I hate to get news like that, but yes, stressful times, right? The newborn, and all you can do is worry. They'll be fine. The modern technology these days with these premature babies, it's amazing what they can do. Just give it some time and a few prayers, right? It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, we're jumping right into it here on a Wednesday morning. And like a blast from the past. Is that Ironbeard? Is that you?
Yeah. That's me. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. We missed you there in Louisville. How the heck are you?
Oh, I'm all right. I was, the guy you were with Saturday night, you know where he was at today, don't you?
I have no idea, no.
Well, after he left you, he loaded a 12-foot wide spare going to Mid-Atlantic Terminals, Baltimore. If you go to his Facebook page, he took a whole bunch of live pictures down there today. I was talking to him yesterday evening. We were talking. He said, man, I get to Maryland, I can go ahead and run, being 12 foot wide. He says, I could run up on in there. I says, yeah, go ahead and do it. He got to Mount Morris. He said, screw it, I'm going to bed. This morning at 5:30, he calls me, and he's like, you SOB? I'm like, what's going on, man? He's woke me up. He says, the bridge fell down. I said, what bridge fell down? He said, the Key Bridge. I said, you're out of your mind. He said, no, man, I'm serious. I just sent you some stuff. Well, the port was open. He was able to get in and out. He's down there at White's now in Rafine.
Mm-hmm.
He's headed down to Charlotte. But, yeah, he's got live pictures. He was there today.
So was he supposed to cross that bridge? Originally, would he have been crossing that bridge today?
No, they brought him in. He was permitted to come in from the north side on 695 to 95 and down that way.
Oh, okay.
No, he wouldn't have come across that bridge. Man, I can't tell you how many times I've crossed that bridge loaded with steel. Buddy, I'm sorry, but I'm not convinced it was an accident. Not as quick as that went down. I don't know. I don't know. I shared something there. I seen on Facebook. A guy was. I've seen controlled demolition explosions, and I'll be damned if it don't look like that.
Well, it did look.
I mean,
the only time I've seen a bridge come down was like a controlled demolition. But I mean, I guess. Yeah, obviously the ship hit that main support there, and it's like the domino effect. I mean, the question is, the one question I would have, because they had the time lapse, you could see the ship lost power. All the lights went out. And then it got power back, and that's where obviously they had this thing probably in full reverse. You see all the thick black smoke billowing up, trying to slow this thing down. Then power went out again, and by the time the power restored, it was too late. It already hit the bridge.
Yeah, right there, right before they hit, it looked like there was a huge splash in the front of the ship.
Yes.
I don't know if that might have been an anchor or what. But on Justice's pictures he took today, and you'll see them on his page there, on the third picture, the top of that pillar looks like it is burnt black. I mean, the top of that, you'll see on that third picture he posted, you'll see the power pole in the middle, and on the top of that pillar, it just looks black, like it's charred black. And he said, you can't really see it in the picture. He said, but when I was there taking them pictures, he said, you could tell the whole top thing was burnt black.
Wow. Well, I've got to pause there. I apologize, but we'll be right back.
USA News Update. Maryland Governor Wes Moore says that the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge after the collision with a container ship does not appear to be deliberate.
The preliminary investigation points to an accident. We haven't seen any credible evidence of a terrorist attack.
Prior to the collision, the ship's crew alerted authorities about a power complication. The Supreme Court is currently deliberating on a case with potential implications for access to the abortion pill mifepristone. Justices are examining an appeals court ruling that halted recent FDA revisions aimed at expanding the availability of the medication. Donald Trump has entered Bloomberg's list of the 500 wealthiest individuals globally. The recognition came on Tuesday following the public debut of Truth Social, the social media platform initiated by the former president, which secured him billions of dollars in stock options. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, coming up, we'll give you the very latest, what we have, what detours the truckers are having to take. The latest from the governor there in Maryland. Obviously, the port of Baltimore is shut down. Nothing in, nothing out, which is creating some logistic nightmares. Other ports are gearing up to take all this diverted freight due to the bridge collapse. Let me get back to Ironbeard. So I'm sitting there Saturday evening, the wife and I, and I'm listening to this guy talking on the phone, and I would say he's got a master's in BS. He was laying it on thick to poor Lester here. He had you going. It was all fictitious, Ironbeard. I didn't say any of those things.
What's that? All that stuff.
Making you feel guilty, making you feel bad.
No, I was running late tonight. I got hung up at the mill. I run them dedicated, but yeah, he sent me the picture of the hat and everything. But, this whole thing, you were just saying the port shut down. He's got a grader on right now going down to Charlotte, and they're telling him to go back up and grab another one. Out of port, out of a marine terminal. They're still shipping it out.
Trucks, I'm kind of misspoke. The trucks are still able to move in the port. It's just the ships. The ships can't get through the channel there where the bridge is down. Then the ships can't move.
There's four ships in port right now from what they told him, and 20 waiting to come in. And I guess they're diverting them down to Chesapeake Terminal.
Okay.
The ships that are due to come in, the container ships. Now, what they're doing with, like, the equipment ships, like stuff he hauls, I don't know. He doesn't know if they're going to divert them down to Savannah or Brunswick or what they're going to do with them, but there's 20 ships out there waiting. But he was saying, I don't know, Steve, they just had the 1-year anniversary of the Palestine thing, right?
Yeah.
And the residents of Palestine basically run Biden out on a rail because, this was the first time he was there. I mean, there was no action whatsoever when it came to Palestine. Now, Biden and Jeff said this place was crawling with everything. They actually stopped him while they were letting the FBI or was it the FBI? Oh, I forget. One of the emergency agents go through, and he said, I'm sitting there like 15 minutes. He said, trailers on the tracks. And he said, I got out of the truck and went up and said, hey, dude, look, stop them till I get my trailer off the tracks, for God's sakes. You know, because they stopped him while they were letting all these emergency vehicles through. He said, my trailer's sitting on the tracks here.
Wow, that's not good.
And, yeah, so Jess said, I'm sitting there like 10, 12 minutes. He said, and finally I just jumped out of the truck and said, hey, dude, my trailer's on the tracks. I don't know if there's a train coming up through here or not, but I don't want to find out. You know, stop them. At least let me get off the freaking track,
right.
for God's sake.
Wow.
And he said the speculation down there, the ones he was talking to down at Marine Terminal, they heard that somebody hacked the computer on the ship.
Okay, that's what
I
my concern would be. That could be a distinct possibility, and obviously that's kind of the first thing that came to mind when I saw the video where it lost power, got power back, lost power again. That could potentially have happened.
You know, he said that was the general consensus there at the terminal from the people at the terminal. You know, I don't know. This is almost like George Bush's hurricane or Obama's oil spill. You know what I mean? This is and then all of a sudden Biden's on there saying we're going to pay to rebuild it. Well, I would think them shipping companies had some sort of insurance.
Oh,
or
absolutely.
something,
Sure.
You know, but Biden all of a sudden on TV, we're going to rebuild it. You know, he never even responded to Palestine. And that whole thing up there, I don't know if you've heard the latest on that. The Norfolk Southern did do some sort of payout to these people. Well, guess what they received in the mail? A 1099. And a lot of them are elderly, and they don't have the money to pay the taxes on this money they received from Norfolk Southern.
Wow.
And they shipped them a 1099. And, they had, there's some big tax or law firm or something that come in there, and they just, I guess about a month ago, it was on the morning news, that they come in there to help these people they're fighting because now they want them to pay taxes on that little bit of pittance they got. But what was weird this morning, I'm on the phone with him, and this was about, I guess he called me about 5:30, 5:45. We're talking about 20 minutes later, my phone beeps, and I get a picture from another buddy of mine of a fire at a bridge.
That was in Cleveland. That was supposedly a mulch fire. When I first saw that, I thought that really sent up a red flag to me. Okay, another bridge has something going on. So I don't know how that started, but it was a mulch fire right there near the bridge.
Yeah, because I get this picture, and I'm like, Jess, is it on fire? He said, no, there ain't no fire, man. It fell in the river. I said, well, hell, I just got a picture of a fire. And then I texted him back, and he's like, man, that's under the Valley View Bridge.
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Well, something's going on here, you know. And then when I talked to my wife tonight, she said, yeah, it was a mulch fire. And I don't know, buddy. I don't know what's going on. We'll probably never know. But I'm not convinced. I've crossed that bridge a million daggone times with steel. I mean, we've crossed, and I'll tell you another thing too. It's just like Jess was saying. He said, "Buddy, you've been on that bridge at 1:30 in the morning. There was a whole hell of a lot more traffic than that every time we've crossed at 1:30 in the morning." I'm like, "Yeah, there's always been quite a bit of traffic, but of course, you know, Baltimore ain't what it used to be. I mean, Sparrows Point shut down, and it ain't what it used to be. But I don't know. And then they're saying there's 6 people from the construction crew. Well, from the picture I seen, there was still a couple cars on that thing. You know, they're not talking about them people. So I don't know. It's just weird to me. It's just, I don't trust this government at all.
Right.
And I don't know.
This day and age, we're all skeptical.
And I'm big time skeptic. And you know, then I was reading that the 2 of them that are missing was Guatemalans or something. And I don't know about the other 6. They never said anything about them from what I was reading. But I don't know, buddy. So how you been?
Doing well. Just had a good weekend there. Good show in Louisville. Met a lot of folks once again. Had some good interviews.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't end up in jail, because his whole purpose of going up there was to go to the cat booth and raise hell.
Oh, yeah?
Over that cracked head.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I'm really not up that much at night anymore. I run them 2 dedicated runs, and I'm usually in bed by 11 o'clock. But I was talking to him today. You know, this morning he was pretty wound up, and then he was over there and took them pictures and everything, and then he come up out of there and called me back, and I've been talking to him for about the last 3-4 hours, and
wow,
he decided he was gonna better down at Raffine because he can get that delivered tomorrow. And they originally offered him a load going to Okie City and didn't pay enough money, so they told him he could go back up and get another road grader, and he was off for 30 days, so he needed to make some money.
Mm-hmm.
And with that head and everything, so he's talking about going back up and getting another road grader going back down to Charlotte. So I don't know if he's going to do that, or I'll find out tomorrow when he's pretty wound up all day long. I talked to him, was about, I guess right before I went into the mill to load, I guess about 11:30 or something like that. And he's like, man, I don't think, he said, the only thing I got in here is potted meat. And I'm like, man, you better stop and get you some food. Who knows what's going to happen? Who knows what's going to happen when you get over there? Even, he said traffic wasn't bad going in or coming out, just, all the emergency stuff down there. But he actually got in and got out pretty quick. And so, I mean, I was surprised. I didn't think he'd get unloaded. But he said it was business as usual pretty much. He said nothing really overly strange at the port or nothing, just, all the emergency vehicles, wasn't a whole lot of traffic. And that to me was kind of strange, but he's like, it was just kind of eerie, I don't know, the way, as quick as that bridge fell, that's something else. Hey, I was in the shop. I think it was Friday or Thursday, whatever day you had that Bruce Mallison on there. Down there at the show.
Right.
And he got to talk, man, he brought back some old memories. He got to telling you about the trailers with the dump valves and the mufflers.
Yeah.
I actually ran mine up until about 4 years ago. Before I bought this one, mine still had dump valves on both axles and mufflers. At one time, it was a 3-legged trailer, and I pulled a leg off of it. But we used to use them all the time. I was surprised he didn't bring up the other kind of trailer you used to get back in them days, a spread, and it would be a spring on one axle, air on the other. And what we would do with them is we would play with the air to get on the pike when they went by axle. And when Ohio and them decided they were just going to go by axles instead of weights, there was no sense of doing that anymore. But those were he brought back some old memories there, buddy. I mean, back in the cheating days, we cheated all the time like that.
I bet you did.
Back in them days, there was a company right at the Ohio PA line. I ain't going to mention their name because they're still in business. But we go down there and load a coil, come back up to them, pay them $25 to set the coil off. Then we go back down the mill, load a second coil, come back up there and give them $25 to set that coil back on and head on to Detroit or Chicago. And that, what we used to call that doubling out. You put 2 loads on. But see, the mill wouldn't let you out with that kind of weight, so you go up there and give them $25 to set that first coil off. An hour later, you're back loading the second. They knew what you were doing. I mean, yeah, I leave out of Sharon, PA with a coil going to Chicago, and I'm back an hour and a half later. They knew. They knew what we were doing, but those were the fun days, buddy. Those were the fun days. But yeah, when you were talking to him, when he got to talking about that, I started laughing. I'm like, I must be old, man. I just got rid of that trailer about 4 years ago.
Oh, the memories.
Time for me to retire. Time for me to retire, buddy. It ain't the same quality you used to have back then. And I don't know what the safety records are. There's many of us that, used to do that, and we're still out here, millions of safe driving miles.
Yep.
We never killed nobody or anything like that. And I don't think we had near the amount of wrecks that you have nowadays. And we didn't have all this crap, I still don't have any of that safety. My truck's a 97. I don't have any of that stuff. I've never done an ELD, never will. But I don't have to anymore. I don't go that far. If I can't walk home, I ain't going there because my truck's a 97. If it breaks down, I got to be able to walk home.
Okay. So. Oh, boy. So, yeah, you don't have the...
Hey, buddy.
The headaches of the automatic emergency braking and all that stuff, you don't have to mess with it.
Oh, I ain't got none of that. Oh, I get a kick out of it when I look on Facebook or something. My dimmer switch is still on the floor. I got crank windows. This truck's a 97. I ain't got none of that craziness. I hear them guys talking about. I blew my injector cups on this motor a couple of years ago out in Illinois, and I left it out there for a guy to work on it, and I rented a car, brand new Toyota from Toyota of Romeoville, right before Christmas a year ago. And it had this where you got the cruise on and you're coming up on somebody, it automatically starts slowing down.
Yep.
And then it had this other thing when you go to change lanes, as soon as it would hit the white line, it would like shake the steering wheel. And I'm like, what is wrong with this freaking car? So I called him out there and he said, oh, okay. He says the one is adaptive cruise control and here's the button you push to shut that off. He said the other is lane avoidance something or another. And here's the button you push to shut that off. And I'm thinking, this stuff would get me in a wreck. This is craziness, but I don't know, buddy. I don't know. But
well, hey,
y'all ready for October?
It'll be here before you know it. It's still 7 months away, but yep, time flies, as you know.
I hear it from Fluffy all the time. It can't get here fast enough for her. It's been too long since we went, buddy.
Yeah.
It's been too long. All right, my friend. It was good talking to you, and send my love to the family. And
thank you for checking in.
I'm up late again. I'll give you a call.
All right. Well, Jess has another one of those Steve Summers overnight drive hats, and it's got your name on it.
Well, I'm going to be getting on him to give it to me, too, because that was the very first thing he did. I said, when did you get that? He said, about 5 minutes ago. I said, you're rubbing it in, buddy.
Yes, sir. He's got you covered. Yes, so all right. Thank you, Ironbeard, a.k.a. Lester. He mentioned there was not much traffic on that bridge. If you watch the time lapse and the minutes leading up to the impact, there were numerous cars and trucks crossing that bridge. The ship apparently had put out a mayday, a distress call, and there was just enough time between that distress call to get most of that bridge traffic blocked. Undoubtedly, lives were saved. The governor, in a press conference Tuesday morning, didn't answer many questions, including how many members of the public were on the bridge, but he did confirm there were efforts to prevent any more vehicles from driving onto the bridge once it was known disaster was imminent. Right now, it's not clear how much warning the city and the Port Authority had, but it is no doubt the case there were fewer vehicles on the bridge upon impact than there were just minutes earlier. You can see the 18-wheelers and the cars regularly crossing the bridge. Now, as reported earlier, the MV Dolly, the ship was seen to suffer a total loss of power about 4 minutes and 20 seconds before impact. If that was the first time the crew were aware of a problem and they radioed ashore immediately, that means authorities were able to communicate the situation to people on the ground, preventing more cars and trucks from crossing the bridge in a matter of minutes. Governor said, "We can confirm the crew notified authorities of a power issue. The thing we know, is that even as the boat that was coming in, we had a ship that was coming in at 8 knots, so at a very rapid speed. We do know that the investigation is currently going on, but I got to say I'm thankful for the folks who, once the warning came up, the notification came up that there was a mayday, who literally by being able to stop cars from coming over the bridge, I mean, these people are heroes. They saved lives. The investigation's ongoing, still to find out exactly how many people and the whole situation. But the thing we do know is many of the vehicles were stopped before they got onto the bridge. So he refused to confirm or deny whether members of the public were on the bridge. Of course, that was the immediate catastrophic failure of that bridge there. Now, they did say there was an 8-man construction team on the bridge. They weren't doing any structural work. They were filling potholes, apparently. Of those 8, 2 were actually rescued from the water. One was admitted to the hospital, and the other, incredibly, given the distance of the fall, I mean, it's like 180 feet up above the water, and the water temperature at 47 degrees, he was released without needing treatment. They stopped the search for the remaining 6. They are presumed dead. Obviously, they stopped that search shortly after the sun went down this past evening. So that's where things stand at this point. Meanwhile, the ports, that was, no ships in, no ships out. Ports up and down the eastern seaboard are bracing for a flood of cargo being rerouted from the Port of Baltimore. Private sector distributors and port officials told The Hill that cargo shipments are being diverted, obviously as a result of the Port of Baltimore's closure to vessel traffic. Now, I said we've been in meetings, tons of meetings, all day trying to figure out what to do. According to the administrative coordinator at Maritime Terminal and Industrial Rail Operator TradePoint Atlantic, TradePoint Atlantic works with some of the big brands like Amazon, Home Depot, BMW, and Volkswagen. The Virginia Port Authority official said that his office was sure additional cargo would be passing through the state's port system, but stressed that it wasn't clear what that's going to entail. There's an open line now to customers. The ocean carriers that own the cargo, which includes some of the big box carriers, they're going to be speaking, determining where to best land that cargo, which port. Yesterday, the Port of New York and New Jersey said they're working with shipping companies trying to help ease the strain on the East Coast supply chains. Some of the cargo bound for Baltimore will likely be rerouted to New York, which is the largest port on the East Coast, after Los Angeles, the second largest in the country, actually. Now, the effects on overhead costs and consumer prices may be blunted a bit, as several ports on the East Coast said they were able to absorb some additional shipments. The Port of Baltimore said that they are still operational. Trucks coming in and out of the terminals, despite being closed to ships. Now, I said, I don't think we'll have a large impact in terms of logistics and shipping moving forward. There might be a few snafus over the next couple of days while we're working out issues, but I think we'll be able to overcome this pretty quickly. That was the word from the Chamber of Commerce. The Port of Baltimore deals mostly in what they call roll-on, roll-off cargo, meaning vehicles and heavy machinery. Experts say shipments of automobiles could be the most directly affected there by the bridge collapse. But Baltimore's pretty significant in terms of consumer goods, cars, and other things that we import from abroad. Not as significant in the commodities business, but they do export coal from the Baltimore area. Probably what's going to be affected most is deliveries of new cars. All right, so we'll get a news break in here. Hey, Mike, what day is it? Got you coming up here. First news break. Rolling into Wednesday already. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. The National Transportation Safety Board says it's leading the investigation into the Baltimore Bridge collapse that happened early Tuesday morning. NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy saying the NTSB arrived on the scene at 6 a.m. local time, but investigators have not yet boarded the cargo ship that crashed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge.
We are standing back to allow the Coast Guard and Search and Rescue to continue their search and rescue operations while we gather information from the command post.
At least 6 construction workers remain missing. The ship's crew alerted officials they had lost control of the vessel, causing the bridge to be shut down to traffic. Just in time for Easter, the U.S. Ag Department is reporting the average egg price in March per dozen is $3.33, up 33 cents from last month. That's still down, though, on the bright side from last year's peak of almost $5 a dozen. As far as why egg prices are continuing to skyrocket, the USDA saying there's another deadly strain of the bird flu out there, and increased holiday demand means customers will be paying more. The Supreme Court is considering a case that could limit access to the abortion pill mifepristone. Justices are reviewing an appeal court decision blocking recent FDA changes that made the medication more widely available. The Biden administration is asking the court to reverse the lower court's ruling. With no winner Monday, Wednesday night's Powerball jackpot is set for $865 million. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Technologist, attorney, and entrepreneur Nicole Shanahan has officially been announced as the running mate of independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
Among other things, she has used over the past several years cutting-edge technology, including AI, to calculate the catastrophic health consequences of toxins in our soil, our air, our water, and our food.
House Republicans will soon have a one-seat majority after Wisconsin Republican Congressman Mike Gallagher announced he would resign in April. Speaking about the move on Fox Business, Iowa Republican Congressman Ashley Hinson says the congressman's resignation is another symbol of the dysfunction in Washington.
I'm very frustrated by how things have played out in the last year. We have to govern in divided government, and that's very difficult.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is meeting on Tuesday with his Israeli counterpart to discuss the ongoing war in Gaza. Austin speaking about the meeting from the Pentagon.
Mr. Minister, I look forward to discussing how we can dramatically and urgently ease the humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
A New York judge is once again taking away former President Donald Trump's First Amendment rights by imposing a gag order regarding a hush money trial going on in New York. The order prohibits Trump from publicly commenting on witnesses, prosecutors, and court staff. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Okay, thank you much. Welcome back. Hello to Miss Millie, who says, good morning, Steve. All the listeners, be safe and take care. Looks like better weather for us in the bluegrass on Thursday. Crappy weather today. But everybody be blessed. All right. Good to hear from you. All right, Jason, passing along a message. She says, I-40 is closed in the Gorge, North Carolina-Tennessee line there. Very bad tractor-trailer wreck. Maybe if you can confirm, is it both directions or which way, east or west? Not certain on that. Someone else said that there's tractor trailer upside down involved in that incident there. So see if I can find anything more. Good morning from Kokomo. Thanks for everything, says Jerry. There's Vaughn, or a.k.a. Cripshot, checking in from Sin City, Newport, Kentucky. Okay. Pap said that the news this past day, Ironbeard brought up the big splash, and the news said they dropped the emergency anchor. Yes, just a little bit too late to drop anchor, right? Obviously, there was complete panic on that ship, right? Hello to David. Good evening, folks. We're praying. Best thing we can do, right? Hello, Sylvester. He said, you're not related to the Longbar Ferals, are you? Good to have you on board there, Sylvester. God bless you, Steve, and, of course, the USA. I pray the Republic survives. Heat wave, I guess, calling it a day. Guess I'll dispatch about 4:30 Pacific time. So with that, you folks stay safe. Keep the rubber on the road, right? He's going to get some rest. Now, as far as the truck traffic, here's the latest out of Baltimore. They say avoid the southeast corridor of I-695. The I-695 outer loop closed at Maryland 10, which is exit 2. Inner loop closed at MD 157, the Peninsula Expressway exit 43. Harbor crossing alternate routes will be I-95 or the I-895 tunnels. Vehicles transporting hazmat prohibited in tunnels should use the western section of I-695 around tunnels. This includes vehicles carrying bottled propane gas in excess of 10 pounds per container, a maximum of 10 containers, bulk gasoline, explosives, or significant amounts of radioactive material. Vehicles in excess of 13 foot 6 inches in height or 8 feet in width, 96 inches, 8 feet in width, are prohibited from using the Baltimore Harbor Tunnel. The I-95 Fort McHenry Tunnel restrictions are 14.6 with a 11-foot width. The Port of Baltimore is still open for truck transactions, of course. Rubber Duck. Good morning, Rubber Duck. Or is that Hillbilly? I'm sorry. Hillbilly, what's happening?
This is Hillbilly.
Hillbilly.
There we go, quack, quack. Not much, just up here at Tip City, Ohio, waiting for a text message that tells me what door to go to.
Okay.
Hurry up and wait, right? But I figure I'd give you all a call since you haven't called in a while. You talk about crazy weather. This morning I woke up, this South Chicago was like 55 to 6 degrees. Now I loaded and reloaded in Chicago, and a little front come through, and after that it dropped like 20 degrees. It was cold.
Wow.
That's all I got to say. But update on my mom, she's out of the hospital and in the nursing home rehab facility now. I'm doing great.
Good news.
And everything's looking good now. Yeah, she just got to get her strength back before she can go back home. So we're looking anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks for that.
Okay.
That Baltimore bridge, everyone's asking why the whole bridge collapsed. It's partially a suspension bridge, and
right.
If one section goes, the whole bridge falls. So, I mean, that's the reason why even the bridge past the second pillar fails, because once that main beam gave away, it just all the support that
everything that was
gone,
everything part of the suspension part was gone. So I mean, my question yesterday morning was, is the entire bridge. I saw some video this past day. There's lengthy sections of bridge before it gets to that. I guess what they call the superstructure, the suspension part on both sides of the bridge. There's still a lot of bridge there on either end, but the entire superstructure immediately collapsed.
Right. Before on both sides before the superstructure, they got the concrete pillars like normal bridges still standing.
Yep.
But I saw. But that one guy saying that they got hacked, or you say that the computer might got hacked. That's a scary thought right there. But I mean,
that's
kind of,
the rumor mill, the conspiracies are obviously there's all kinds of, and then of course the government's looking into was it possibly some sort of a terror attack, and they said on the news at this point they're leaning toward it was an accident, but there's obviously the investigation's ongoing.
There's definitely something going on with the lights going off and on, and you see where the black smoke was billowing out of the back of the ship where they were trying to reverse the engines, but it was too late by that point. But who knows, Steve? Hopefully we'll get some answers. Either we'll find out or they'll keep it hush-hush, and if it's hush-hush, and then the conspiracy series really go wild.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? But who was that first caller talking about their newborn grandson or granddaughter of his to the hospital?
That's Monkey Gouger.
Was that? Well, I thought some prayers for this family about that. That's a scary situation there, which I agree with you. The medical field's gotten so much better, but you still worry. My prayers for his family.
Yep. I guess being 3 or 4 weeks early, the lungs weren't fully developed yet. So give it some time.
Right.
I think they'll be all right.
I think so. But you have a good night, Steve.
Thank you for checking in, Hillbilly. Glad your mom's doing better. That's good news, right? To put you a little bit at ease, right? When it comes to the rumor mill, the buzz out there, Glenn Beck talking about it this past day. As we've all seen the video a million times now, is on impact, the structure immediately collapsing into the waters. And again, thankfully, the majority of traffic was indeed stopped before the accident. There were a few automobiles and several contractors who were working on the bridge that weren't so lucky. Some rescued, others still missing. 6 is the number they've been throwing out, still missing. As with any unforeseen tragedy, people want to know, was this a genuine accident, or is there something more sinister at play here? Glenn Beck invited the former Assistant Treasury Secretary, Monica Crowley, on his program to discuss it this past day. Now, Monica said it's a very active search and rescue ongoing. The Coast Guard's out there, National Transportation Safety Board's on site, the Navy's there. As of now, it looks like an accident, but it's important to wait for the investigation before coming to any certain conclusions, she says. Considering the catastrophe is the result of an alleged power loss, many people can't help but ponder the possibility of an attack on electronics, cyber attack, some sort of hack. Glenn said he thinks that as well. There's one report this past morning indicating the crew alerted the Maryland Department of Transportation that when they were leaving the port, that they had lost control of the vessel. Those reports had subsequently been confirmed. The crew was able to notify authorities of the power issues, and as a result, traffic was indeed halted seconds before the collision, probably saving many lives. But regardless, most of these vessels are under electronic control, not unlike some of our, say, voting systems, and might very well be open to hacking by nefarious players. Now, Monica explained, acknowledging the event could simply be nothing more than a horrific accident. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. To which Glenn said, I hope that's the case, but with all this cyber terror that's going on in this country, we're all on high alert. Let's see if I still have that over here. There was a warning just several days ago. The Biden administration sending a letter to every governor last Tuesday in the country warning about ongoing cyber attacks carried out by operators linked to Iran and China, looking to take aim at our water systems. In the letter, the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, and the EPA Administrator, Michael Regan, also announced the creation of a water sector cybersecurity task force and invited each state's health and homeland security deputies to a meeting last Thursday to talk about best practices to secure water systems. Disabling cyber attacks are striking water and wastewater systems all over the country. These attacks have the potential to disrupt the critical lifeline of clean and safe drinking water, as well as impose significant cost on affected communities. In the letter, Sullivan and Reagan said, "We're writing to describe the nature of these threats and request your partnership on important actions to secure water systems against the increasing risks from and the consequences of these attacks." Sullivan and Reagan outlined two recent and ongoing threats. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has targeted and disabled a common type of operational technology used at water facilities where the facility had neglected to change a default manufacturer password. That was one. Another was a China-sponsored group called Volt Typhoon has compromised information technology of multiple critical infrastructure systems, including drinking water in the U.S. and its territories. No examples or specifics were provided about the nature of those attacks. However, Bloomberg News reported the Iran-backed hackers targeted Israeli-made digital controls commonly used in the water and wastewater industry. Those attacks affected multiple states. Now, obviously, drinking water and wastewater, these are lifelines for communities. Many systems have not adopted cybersecurity practices to thwart potential cyber attacks. In a press conference, Reagan said Thursday's virtual meeting, the EPA and the NSC, "We take these threats very seriously. We continue to partner with state environmental, health, and homeland security leaders to address the pervasive and challenging risk of cyber attacks on water systems." Lastly, the task force will engage the water sector and the water government coordinating councils in an effort to form some near-term action and strategies to reduce the risk of water systems nationwide to cyber attacks. These are an active target for cyber attacks. Now, that was just last Tuesday once again, Tuesday of last week. But interesting stuff. Hello, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? Glad everybody made it home safe from the match. Hey, you hear me all right? Because one of my earpieces isn't working. The left one's not working. I think the right one controls everything.
You sound fine.
All right. Oh, man, Steve, listen, first of all, I said a prayer for Monkey Gouger and his family and that little baby soul, man. I mean, Steve, that's heartbreaking, man. I guess that probably wouldn't have touched me as much if I wouldn't have just, had a grandson too. Because I know how I was feeling right before he was born. But, and thank God you're right, Steve. The medical industry, man, you can say what you want about them, but they know what they're doing, man. I think that little fellow will be all right with God's help here. And but, man, my heart goes out to him, man. I just want to let Gouger know I said a prayer for him before I dialed you up.
Yeah, because your grandbaby's what,
and for Ernie,
a week old now.
Yeah, 11 days.
Oh, okay.
I guess. Doing fine. Steve, I got to meet Ernie down there, man, in 2021, me and Horse Feathers.
Yeah.
We're down there, got to meet him and his son. Now, listen, I hope, don't take this the wrong way. This is a compliment. You know, when I say that some people just reek a Marine, like Ernie, That Master Sergeant that was always on TV, I can't think of his last name. He just reeks of Marine. Man, Ernie just reeked of truck driver, Steve. I think anybody that's ever just sat and talked to him and stood next to him, he just reeked of truck driver. Man. Yeah. That's a good thing. Yeah, I don't mean that in a bad way, by all means. But Steve, what a weekend. Man, you got to deal in Moscow. Don't know what to say about that, man, other than it's coming to a city near you.
Yep.
This whole bridge deal. Steve, I fell asleep last night, man. I didn't tune in to bed. I didn't hear about none of that till I woke up today. I did watch one video. Everybody keeps showing that one far off video. There's another video going around on Instagram, and it's a time lapse, and it's closer to the ground, right? And a lot closer to the bridge. And, Steve, if there's, I guess, three things that just make me question, I'm not saying this wasn't an accident, very well could be, but things that make you just question it, because that's sometimes what we do when sometimes things just don't seem right. When they came out, apparently before daylight even broke, and was saying, "Oh, this was an accident. This was no terrorist attack." Why did they come out, and how could they know that so quick,
right?
So fast, without that's just one thing that kind of struck me. Number two is, why did the power go out? Like you just got done talking about.
Exactly. I mean, it went out, then it came back on, then it went out again. And if I'm understanding correctly, did one story say, were they doing 8 knots? 8 knots is awfully fast to be going in through there. That's
and Steve, these pilots that go through there, they are deliberately put on that boat just to get them through that area there. So these got some rookie pilot going through there. But this other video, Steve, I swear, man, right before that power goes out, that ship made a hard turn starboard. And the video shows like it turned directly into the path of that pier. I'm not saying
I detected the same thing. It looks like it was almost intentionally headed straight for that pillar.
Right. And then I did not hear this until you just mentioned it. That the crew said as soon as they pulled away from that port, they lost control. Did I hear you right?
That's what the report said. They notified they had lost control.
See, that's a big flag there, man. That really makes you question things now. Let's hope it's an accident. But man, I'm telling you can't just ignore some of this stuff. I'll tell you another thing, Steve, if we got the time here real quick.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we got a few minutes here, it looks like. This port, dude, they are toning down the significance of this port. When you mentioned earlier about the heavy machinery and the coal going out of there, Steve, this port is a major port for big, heavy machinery, especially farm equipment. A lot of coal goes in and out of that port that goes over to Europe. They said the closest port that can handle this heavy machinery is maybe New Orleans. There might be one over near Savannah. Somebody could tell me about that one. But they said this is going to have a major impact, man. And to say I will have this cleaned up, Steve, you know how long it's going to take them to get that debris out of that water before anything?
I mean, that's, the mass of that structure. I'm guessing they're going to have to cut all those beams apart with a torch or something. I don't know how they're going to get it apart.
You got all the steel beams, the concrete, the cables. Steve, that ain't getting cleaned up no time soon. And then the amount of time you're talking to replace that bridge. But I think it's going to affect water traffic more than anything else.
Right.
From that port. Until they can get that opened up and cleared up. And I would assume, I mean, I think they were saying, a couple months. Well, man, I don't know, Steve. I don't see that getting opened up for water traffic for probably 4, 5, 6 months. I could be wrong. But, so, yeah, man, we'll have to keep an eye on that, I guess. And, man, prayers to Moscow. We got women and children being gunned down by demons. Who done that? I don't know. It's looking like maybe they have some Ukrainian ties. Apparently, one of the...
yeah, there's a little suspicion about that, too. Yeah, we got to pause.
USA News Update. President Biden says the federal government will cover the costs of rebuilding Baltimore's Key Bridge, which collapsed following a collision with a cargo ship overnight.
We're going to send all the federal resources they need as we respond to this emergency.
Biden called the event a tragic accident and said there's no evidence to suggest any deliberate wrongdoing. Following its debut on Wall Street Tuesday morning under the ticker symbol DJT, shares in former President Trump's social media company surged by over 50%. Reports indicate that Trump's net worth skyrocketed to $6.5 billion following the surge in stock price. For the time being, WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange has been spared extradition to the U.S., where he faces charges related to spying. A court in London made that ruling Tuesday, stipulating that the U.S. government must furnish a set of assurances within 3 weeks regarding Assange's First Amendment rights. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, Pappy, I went back to get the exact wording, and this was Glenn Beck's interview yesterday morning. The former Assistant Treasury Secretary Monica Crowley, when she said there was the report this morning that indicates the crew alerted the Maryland DOT when they were leaving the port they had lost control of the vessel. Those reports have since been confirmed. The crew was able to notify authorities of the power issue. So that was the wording.
Does that mean they lost control of the vessel when they were first leaving the port, and all of a sudden they regained control? Is this, that's where I guess I'm a little confused.
Yeah, the videos,
put out.
The time lapse depicts you can see all the lights on the ship went out. Everything, it went totally dark. And then I don't know, 30 seconds later, it's like the lights came back out. They got power, and you can suddenly see all the black smoke billowing from the vessel, which I'm assuming they had put it in full reverse, trying to slow it down. Then it goes dark again. And just before impact, the lights came back on. So when they lost power, got it back. Lost power, got it back just before impact.
I mean, when the power went out, is that when they made that call that they lost total control of the vessel? Or was it made before that? Yeah.
Right.
I guess when they lost power and it came back on real quick, that could be the generators kicked on. And they lost it too. But I don't know, Steve. How often, man? It'd be nice if you just do a quick Google search. That's not going to help us. How many times do tankers like that just lose power?
Yeah.
How many times has that happened in the last 5 years? And the weight behind that thing, Steve, that tanker was totally
loaded,
filled to the gill, man, loaded down. That pillar standing no chance. And Steve, these things, I was up in the helicopter. I'm going back 15 years. Went up in the helicopter with the pilot. We're flying around, and I looked at the pilot. I said, man, that don't look right down there. There's a barge that broke loose. Right? And the barge was floating down the river, right daggone by the stadiums. And we got on the air and started, telling the comm center what the heck we're seeing here. And sure enough, that thing glazed one of the pillars of that one of them bridges, that train bridge.
Yep.
I don't know the name of it, but trains go across it. It clipped one of them pillars, and they had some of them, what do you call them, little boats that go out. It brings big boats into port.
Tugboat.
What do you call them?
Tugboat.
Tugboats, yeah. Man, it wasn't no time. They had some tugboats on that thing, pushing it over to the shore. So, I mean, things happen. We can't discard that. This very well could just be an accident, but man, it's... Yeah, and then I guess the big question, man, is who committed the terror attack in Russia? There's rumors going around, did Putin do this? Which, I don't know. Bongino was kind of throwing that out there. I just kind of find that hard to believe. If anybody had more of a reason to do it, I would say it would have been Ukraine. Supposedly, I think right when we went to break, Russia did capture a Ukrainian soldier that spent time in the Ukrainian army. Confirmed. They caught him heading back to the border. Who was involved in this? And Steve, did you hear any numbers? I'm hearing only 4 individuals committed this chaos.
That I had not heard, no.
I don't know if that's been confirmed. But the numbers coming out is only 4 people. And these were trained guys now. Make no mistake about it. Watch some of that video. You could just tell by the way they were moving, the way they were shooting. They had a lot of training. So I don't know, maybe, and Steve, the bad thing about it, you just don't know who to believe, man. Our government can't come out and say, hey, it was ISIS, the first claim. I don't know who to believe, man. You just don't know. But the bottom line is, it's just going to escalate everything over there. I don't know if this is the last ditch ever on Ukraine part. And Victoria Nuland was out a week before this happened on camera saying that Putin beware because we're coming deep inside Russia. So I don't know. Yeah, Israel and Gaza, man, off the hook. You got the New York off the hook, the subways. There's another person thrown onto the track, Steve. Did you hear that?
No, really?
NYPD cop was shot.
I did hear that.
NYPD officer was shot.
Yeah, the guy that shot him apparently had been released on several occasions in jail and let him out.
History.
Yep.
Yep. Steve, I don't know if you heard this too, man. Illegals they're doing like home invasions and literally taking over the homes of some people. And when the people call, and the cops are like, well, you got to prove you own that home. Steve, I don't know. I'm just hearing some crazy
it's the
stuff.
squatters.
That was on Tucker, I think.
The squatters, yes.
Squatters. Crazy stuff. Did you see this? This was on I believe this was on one of the Fox shows that illegals, there's this couple buildings being operated by these non-government organizations in New York, or these illegals walk into these buildings, ask for an ID to be made, pay them some money, and they are literally printing out and giving legal IDs, state IDs to these illegals. In other words, they're forged but legal. Have you seen that? They infiltrated this place, and they're showing hundreds of people in these buildings getting IDs made for them, and they just hand them a piece of paper saying, this is my name, this is who I am, this is my date of birth, and they go in, print out some documents, and say, here's some documents, you can take this and go right over to the BMV, and they'll give you an ID. No questions asked.
And that's in that case, they would be able to register to vote, I presume?
Yes, sir. There was something I was going to send you. I'll send it as soon as we hang up here. In New York City, they just passed a law that illegals can vote in local elections.
Right.
I think it was maybe the New York Times that put that out. It's unbelievable, man. All right, Steve. No need to think dark and grim here because we'll get through this one way or another. We always do. Hopefully, you know. They always ask, hey, man, if you get on a time machine, would you want to go in the past or the future? I always said, man, I'd like to go in the past. You know, that'd be cool to walk down Dodge City in the 1860s, 1870s. That'd be kind of cool. I don't know, Steve. I might want to take a little trip into the future in 25 years. See what's going on, man. See what happens. You know.
See if we're still here, maybe.
All right, man. I'll get off you. Yeah, if this country's still here. I mean, you know, were we able to overcome this little obstacle we got going on here, or did the globalists win? You know, I don't know. But, all right. Took enough of your time. Prayers out to Gouger again. Everybody stay safe. Hammer down. Appreciate it, Steve.
Have a good night. All right. Just got an email from one of our listening friends, Chris, who says, hello, Steve. Just wanted to let people know what I found out. A friend of mine works that area and has been an engineer on sister ships such as the Dolly. We talked quite a while about procedures that occur in Dundalk, Seagirt terminals, when a vessel such as the Dolly flying a Singapore flag enters the port, that they're only allowed to enter once, kind of like cabotage, as Canadians there, not allowed to enter numerous areas. This vessel is classified as such that can enter Panama Canal locks, as it's just small enough to do. This particular vessel weighs about 10,000 ton, or is it 100,000? Yeah, so throw an anchor at 8 knots is like trying to stop a train with rope. He said most of these vessels have a foreign crew, probably Indian or Filipino. Wages are low. Maintenance and upkeep are at a minimum. These ships meet minimum requirements of safety and security. Most of the maritime contracts are very lucrative, and these container ships are on tight schedules to keep contracts, thus resulting poor conditions. Now, most of the Harbor and Coast Guard very rarely board these boats, resulting in the incident we had. He said, you can clearly see the vessel loses power, backup generator comes on, but unfortunately these units are underrated and probably kicked back out due to overload. He was surprised this hasn't happened more, but it hasn't. So no terrorist attack, just poor maintenance and total incompetence, sadly. Also, these ships are fly-by-wire, so just like your car, all electronic. And when the power goes, everything goes. All right. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate the update, Chris. Thank you much. And what do we have? It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, Larry sends me an update. Talking about ships being diverted to other ports. This is from the Delaware River Shipping. Looks like the port of Wilmington, there in Delaware, will be getting 3 diverted vessels from Baltimore. Looks like the RCC Classic with GM vehicles from Mexico. Ship known as the Gran Torino with Alfa Romeo, Fiat, and Dodge vehicles from Turkey and Italy. And the Hofchiba with Nissan or Mitsubishi vehicles from Japan. They'll be loading Ford, GM, and Stellantis exports to Europe, along with the regular Hof vessel. The Alliance Norfolk will be loading Ford, Chevrolet, GMC, Cadillac, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram vehicles for the Middle East. Destined for Oman, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait. Interesting. Brain Dead. Yeah, I thought this is your Saturday, isn't it?
Yeah, but I had to do that nasty 4-letter word called taxes.
Good times.
Yeah, I sent you a story earlier about the yellow getting their butt kicked in court today. I don't know if you've seen that or not.
I've got you sent me 2 different articles. I printed both of those up over here. Yes.
Yeah, the first one was from TDU. The other one was from Freightways, I think. And it ought to send a good signal to Yellow to stop doing, to circumvent the court and trying to clog it up with paperwork. And, let's get this done and over with. We want our money. Let's go home. That's pretty much all that was about. So, but let's get on to the sports from what we left off last night, shall we?
Absolutely.
All right, let's start off with a little basketball here. Of course, this is one of my favorite times of the year because, well, they don't call it March Madness for nothing because pretty much, Steve, when I got my brackets done, I looked at them and threw them in the trash because as of right now, there are 0 perfect brackets as of right now. So, but anyway, Kentucky, of course, lost to Oakland in the opening round by 4 points. Now, here's the thing to note. Kentucky has not been past the first round in the last 5 consecutive appearances, but also, too, they haven't even been to the SEC championship in the last 5 years. Now, it was reported today that Coach Cal was the athletic director was looking to replace Coach Cal, but actually they're going to bring him back for his 16th season, even though they were upsetted by Oakland. Now, according to the reports, they're going to be changing the coaching staff along with the day-to-day operations as well. So the problem is the NBA draft is coming up, I think, in June, and who all is going to be around and who all is he going to be able to build around whoever is going to be the center of the team. That's going to be the main problem, and that's the problem that he's having, because a lot of the players, they want to go to the big-name schools. You know, like how everybody wants to go to Alabama or Georgia for football. It's kind of the same concept here, because obviously I guess Kentucky is losing their powerhouse team. But I did find something funny. The Herald Leader newspaper in Lexington, Steve. Now, I don't know who wrote the article, but see, Steve, this was not on the sports page. This was on the front headline, front page.
Okay.
Obviously, somebody did not know how to spell Calipari's last name, because they got it confused with Coach Krzyzewski, which starts with a K. They spelled Calipari's last name with a K. Go figure that. So, other than that, Steve, we have this weekend. We got the round of 16. And, of course, my Vols did beat St. John's and barely got by Texas in the second round. So, if I'm going to watch the games this weekend, which I more than likely will, of course, it'll be the Vols and Crichton, of course, but also Bama and Carolina and Duke and Houston. Those are going to be a couple of big-name games to watch. Now, is our friend Rambler, is he awake and alert, or is he just missing in action?
I don't know that he's checked in this morning. He started a new run, a new deal last evening there in Louisiana.
Well, let me knock this out real quick. The Red Wings, they are very close to losing their playoff hopes. They're knocking on the door of a wild card spot. They got 10 games left. They also have not gone to the playoffs in 8 consecutive seasons. The playoffs, the Red Wings have to win, but they lack the defenses. They need to get Schneider some big time help. Rumors is that he's going to be signing an 8-year extension worth $8.6 million. Carlson may not be a traditional showdown defender, but they need more players like him to offload under Schneider. The offseason looks like to be one to watch. Now, the huge pressure is going to be on Yzerman to put a playoff team back on the ice. It's also to note that Larkin is out and Lucas Raymond has stepped up to be the go-to forward. The Raymond does not have some leverage on his side, as his numbers could please any team, but they're going to try to re-sign him, even though he is a cornerstone for newer players. So, with that, Steve, I'm going to go to bed. I will talk to y'all later on.
All right. Glad you got those taxes done, and enjoy your weekend. All right. Okay, news break just around the corner here. Sundance coming up first out of the box next hour. And lines available at 844-844-3388. Yeah, there were some cruise operations that operated out of the port of Baltimore as well. And I guess the next sailing of the Carnival Legend cruise ship was slated to depart on the 31st. And a memo comes out this past day. While our operations center and shoreside leadership team monitor the situation related to the collapse of the Key Bridge, we've been busy looking at alternatives to operate your upcoming cruise. This went out to all the guests. Officials, of course, are focused on search and rescue efforts. The president has pledged to expedite the cleanup to reopen Baltimore Harbor to ship traffic as soon as possible. However, we must assume your cruise cannot operate from Baltimore, and we have made arrangements to operate your cruise from Norfolk, Virginia. Carnival will be updating this information. This will allow us to keep our scheduled itinerary. Now, we know this is an unexpected change of plans. We appreciate your understanding. As a gesture of our appreciation, we will be posting $100 per stateroom onboard credit to your sign and sail account. We're also revising our embarkation plans, and we'll be in touch with more details ahead of your embarkation Sunday. In the meantime, please sign up for text alerts. Updates will be shared via text as well. Our thoughts are with those impacted by this terrible accident, along with all the first responders providing support as we speak. So now here at the last minute, folks, a lot of people are possibly flying in from destinations all around the country. That's going to be a change of plans, right? Wherever they were flying, probably flying into Baltimore, right? Maybe have to get a rental car now and head on down to Norfolk, but there you go, the Port of Baltimore. We'll close it out for hour number 2 with that. Much more to come as far as industry headlines, lots to cover. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The National Transportation Safety Board has taken charge of the investigation into the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy.
And what they're going to look at and begin to collect is information on vessel operations, safety history, safety record, the look at the owner, the look at the operator.
The crash and collapse happened after the ship's crew reported losing control of their vessel, prompting authorities to close the bridge to traffic. A New York judge overseeing Donald Trump's upcoming hush money trial has issued a gag order against the former president. This order bars Trump from making public remarks concerning witnesses, prosecutors, and court personnel involved in the case. The decision comes ahead of Trump's trial, which is set to begin on April 15th. Donald Trump has entered Bloomberg's list of the 500 wealthiest individuals globally. The recognition came Tuesday following the public debut of Truth Social, the social media platform initiated by the former president, which secured him billions of dollars in stock options. With ownership of nearly 59% of the new company, Trump's net worth surged by approximately $4 billion. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has announced his selection for vice president during a rally in Oakland, California, Tuesday.
I'm so proud to introduce to you the next vice president of the United States, Nicole Shanahan.
The independent candidate revealed his pick to be the 38-year-old attorney and tech entrepreneur aiming to inject fresh energy into his presidential campaign. With hopes of expanding his presence on state ballots, this strategic move might also attract crucial financial support, potentially bolstering Kennedy's bid for the presidency. A new analysis shows the number of fatal traffic accidents surged in the U.S. around the time of 2017's total solar eclipse. A research letter published in JAMA Internal Medicine found there was a 31% rise in fatal accidents. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
For the time being, WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange has been spared extradition to the U.S., where he faces charges related to spying. A court in London made that ruling Tuesday, stipulating that the U.S. government must furnish a set of assurances within 3 weeks regarding Assange's First Amendment rights and confirming that he will not face the death penalty if tried in the U.S. Texas public safety commanders say their officers will only be permitted to make arrests when they see immigrants crossing the Rio Grande River into Texas illegally. USA's Ryan Daniels has more.
A spokesman for the Texas Department of Public Safety clarified Monday how state officers would approach enforcement of the new Texas immigration law being challenged in court. However, opponents say promises like that do not square with what's written in the law. They claim Texas state officers will still be able to profile people on the streets in Texas if they see fit to do so. A federal appeals court has put the law on hold as lawsuits play out.
The Supreme Court is currently deliberating a case with a potential implication for access to the abortion pill mifepristone. Justices are examining an appeals court ruling that halted recent FDA revisions aimed at expanding the availability of the medication. A new documentary chronicling the Beach Boys will debut on Disney Plus on May 24th, titled The Beach Boys. The film will showcase never-before-seen footage, along with new interviews with band members Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Al Jardine, and more. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Counting down the days. The once-in-a-lifetime solar eclipse is just around the corner. You know what Eskimo moms say, 12 days now? April the 8th is the date. In all this hype and discussion, get ready for travel nightmares. I believe it was freight waves this past day. sharing ahead of the solar eclipse from Texas to Maine. Some state transportation departments are advising truckers to consider staying off the roads as traffic is expected to be severely impacted by people traveling to see this event. Millions of people descended on states for the 2017 total solar eclipse, congesting roadway. Transportation officials are sharing plans in an effort to minimize headache-induced traffic jams, including guidance for truckers when up to 3.7 million people are expected to chase the darkness this time around. Arkansas DOT said they expect 1.5 million people to travel to that state to see the eclipse, along with 500,000 locals who are expected to travel from their homes to witness the path of totality. Officials say traffic could be so severe that the day may be mostly unproductive for freight vehicles. Asking truckers to take a voluntary holiday to avoid congested roadways, Indiana DOT is bracing for a wave of eclipse enthusiasts as they flock to the Hoosier State, asking truckers to complete their loads on April 7 or April 9. According to a bulletin shared there, similarly, the Vermont Transportation DOT is asking truckers to avoid driving on April 8th or 9th. Now, I have no idea how many truckers will actually heed that call. The Indiana Motor Truck Association president said freight movement is a 24/7 operation. Everything that we all have at some point moves on a truck, so to say let's shut it all down and wait for people to watch the eclipse and move after, that is just not realistic, he said. Truckers face the worst driving conditions imaginable every day as part of their profession. Their expertise will prepare them for eclipse traffic. Of course, Indiana, a hub for manufacturing and trucking due to the interstates, expecting hundreds of thousands of visitors to flood that state. Langston said he appreciates the DOT working with his office to find a solution feasible for the truck drivers, many of whom might not be able to avoid making a trip on that day. The last thing a truck driver wants to do with a load of freight is be caught in gridlock traffic. That's one of the most expensive costs to the freight industry. Now, Langston said that superloads weighing over 200,000 pounds that require police escorts will not be operating during the eclipse because law enforcement won't have the resources. Shannon Newton of the Arkansas Trucking Association said she's not sure if taking a trucking holiday is realistic, as the nature of moving freight is one that doesn't stop. Not certain whether any trucks are going to be taking a holiday. She said Arkansas truck drivers have dealt with severe weather in the past, but never something like this, calling the solar eclipse a significant event. She did say truck drivers can anticipate delays, and you need to set accurate expectations for your customers. Transportation department stressing that drivers, including truckers, should prepare to face eclipse traffic. AAA urges drivers keep your headlights on. Do not pull over on the side of the road to view the thing. Out of this world traffic is likely if this eclipse proves as popular as 2017. Transportation engineer consultant said a trip from Casper, Wyoming to Denver took 10 hours or more during the previous eclipse. Now that's normally what? Just a couple-hour drive, right? And normally, 4 hours. Many transportation departments are asking visitors arrive early and stay late, hoping to avoid what we saw with the 2017 congestion. In the hours immediately following totality, almost every interstate route passing through that path of totality was showing red on the Google traffic maps. Everybody was crawling. School districts in Missouri, Texas, Vermont, New York, Pennsylvania, Maine, Arkansas, and Ohio are closing for the eclipse. Due to the safety concerns with the increased traffic, Some Texas municipalities have declared states of emergency to get more resources to handle the wave of visitors. New York State Police have developed an emergency operation plan using the 2017 eclipse as kind of a blueprint. Hays County officials in Texas are urging eclipse chasers to bring a solar eclipse survival bag, a.k.a. a cooler filled with food, enough medication for up to 3 days, cash, and paper maps, and the compass. They're expecting so much like internet service and maybe your cell service, which many people are using their cells for their GPS and their maps. That stuff may be spotty or inoperable. Hello, Sundance.
Hey, long time no hear there, Mr. Summers.
What's happening? You ready for the eclipse?
Oh, yeah. I think it's a great opportunity for the truckers to shut down for 3 days and say it's the eclipse. You know, hey, that way we can hide our real intentions. But anyway, but no. All right. So the guy Chris that talked to some guy on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I was in the Navy. I was in the Merchant Marines. The ship I was on in the Merchant Marines was 1,200 feet long with a 78-foot draft. So it was big, way bigger than that little tin can that come out of Baltimore. When we left port, we were steaming at 12 knots. We were on the forecastle with an emergency anchor drop if needed, if we lost power coming in and out of ports. So if we're going 15, 8 knots is only equal to 9.2 miles an hour. So it's not like a train with a string on it or a line or whatever. I don't know who, but anyway, that's the world we live in. People believe stuff, but I've lived it. I've been there. That ship, when you look, did you notice that all the lights went off at the same time?
Pretty much, yeah. It went like totally dark, and then they came back on, and then
right. It wasn't no flicker. There was no flickering of the light.
Yeah.
And it didn't like start at one end and go to the other. It was like, okay, on the ship,
total darkness.
We have one main control. We have one thing. We can fake it, right?
Yeah.
We can hit that one switch, and all the lights go off at the same time, and boom, we can throw it back on. All the lights come back on at the same time. They didn't flicker. It was like cut the power, boom. All right, that's number one. So this, I'm telling you, this speaks to high heaven. Because one, when you're on a ship, and 4 minutes now, they were able to contact the Maryland Department of Transportation. They don't call them. They call the Coast Guard. They don't call the Department of Transportation. Come on. And then they were able to stop all the cars to going north and southbound in 4 minutes. No, this is in the ship. Look, if a ship lost its power, that's one thing. It still has steerage way. It still has a rudder. That rudder will still drive you straight if you don't turn the wheel toward the pillar. You can go straight with no power in the middle of the bridge. No hitting, nothing. You just coast on through there till you get your power back.
Well, I don't know about
this. I watched it.
I have no idea about container ships, but I know like on the cruise ships, they don't even have like a steering wheel or like we all think of the big wheel. They have a joystick like a video game.
Well, the one I was on, we had a helm. It's called it was a helm. In the Navy, we had a helm.
Yeah.
So, but like I said, that was a hard right rudder. They were, and look, when you saw the black smoke, they wasn't reversing engines on that thing. No, sir. They were running as hard as they could toward that pillar, because that's how they were able to hit that pillar so hard. If they would have reversed engine at doing 8 knots, they would have been down to 4 knots within 150, 200 yards. So I'm just telling you, the DOT being on the end of the bridges, you can't call nobody and get response. And I listened to Mark Levin today, and he had the audio of the first responders and everybody on there.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody else heard it.
I haven't heard that. No.
But I want to tell you well, he played it the whole thing, and I'm going to tell you, and there was no inflection like I have right now in their voice. They were not it was the best play, the best script ever written. And when somebody would say something, everybody just went along with it. Nobody said, "What was that?" or nobody was stepping over each other, and it was beautiful. I wish the world was as beautiful as that script they read, because if people do their job the way those people did, it was amazing. It was like, where have these people been all my life? Because you couldn't have asked for a much better or any better response at all. On the radio, with all that stuff going on and all the chaos going on, it was beautiful. It was like watching an opera movie. I mean, it was just amazing. It was nice and clean. There was nobody going, "Oh my God, what are we going to do?" Well, there was none of that. There was, when everybody talked, everybody just listened, and it was like they took turns talking. Nobody talked. It was beautiful, Steve. I mean, if you get a chance to listen to it, I mean, come on. It was, you couldn't have asked for any better. And like I said, and I got one more thing on the eclipse. All right, so have you ever put your hand and made puppets on the wall with a light source behind you?
Oh, yeah, right.
Like made a little dog or a little. Okay. Was your shadow on the wall smaller than your hands or bigger than your hands?
Depends on how close you are to the light, I guess.
Okay, if the light's real far away, were your hands bigger or smaller?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, all right, so I've done it. We all did it as kids. And you could make your hand really big if you put it up by the light. Okay? Well, the moon is 2,000 miles across, okay? And I have never seen a light source and you make a shadow. It's always bigger, the shadow, than the object that you're making, that the light's hitting, okay? So if the moon is 2,000 miles across, how in the world do you get a 120-mile diameter dark spot on the Earth?
It's all got to be in regards to distance, I assume. I'm not the mathematician on that. I don't know.
It's not math. It's just light hitting the object. If you put it close up, but anyway, it doesn't work. I don't know what this is. I don't know what's going on with it, but it's not an eclipse. I mean, it's an eclipse. And here's a test.
Yeah.
Here's the test. I want y'all to do this. When y'all see, when the moon's coming across to get in front of the sun that day, I want you to watch it march across the sky and get in front of the sun. You don't have to look at the sun. Just watch the moon and watch it cross over the sky and get in front of the sun. It's not going to happen. Mark my words, and then you can tell me next week or 2 weeks from now.
What's it going to do?
You're a genius.
Where's the moon going to be?
Huh?
Well, where's the moon going to be?
Well, it's not going to be. You will not see the moon going across the sky to the sun. Just do it, watch it, and I know there's something up, and I can't figure it out yet, but I'm working on it.
Okay, it's like, well, we all witnessed it in 2017. It's not the first solar eclipse. I mean, it's just kind of uncommon to have the path of totality crossing the United States. These things happen all the time. I had my solar glasses in 2017. I watched the moon. Yeah, I think we were in the 85 percentile zone. Yeah, I thought it would have got a lot darker than it did. My understanding is that if you're even in the 99% totality, it's supposedly literally like a night and day difference from 99% to full totality. But I digress. Yeah, Pappy was talking about, what do they call it? The pilot of the pilot of the ship, the pilot. Every time you come into a port, the cruise ships, we watch it every time. You're getting close to your destination, and they'll have that little boat which says pilot on it. They'll come up next, and they'll jump on board and take over control of the ship to bring it into the port. There's the pilots of these ports are experts knowing how to navigate all these. So I presume that even on some of these big container ships like that, he said, I know for a fact these vessels come in and out of these ports and through these bridges. They have special pilots on board to navigate through there. Of course, like you said, all the cruise ships, when they come into port, have special pilots. Captains come on board. They dock them boats. I'm curious if for some reason there maybe wasn't one on this ship. Good question. That I'm not sure. But 23 past the hour.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
We can do a little research, read all about it. In 2017, that was the first total solar eclipse visible in the continental U.S. It had been 38 years. So here we are just 7 years later. Now they've got the actual charts and the maps to show you. If it was drawn to scale, they say the moon would be 30 Earth diameters away from the Earth. The sun is 400 times that distance. When the moon does eclipse the sun, it produces two types of shadows. What they call the umbral shadow, in the relatively small in diameter point on Earth. That's where the observer sees the total eclipse. The penumbral shadow is much larger, where an observer sees a partial eclipse. The sun's not completely covered by the moon. Okay, it's pretty simple, but let's have a little conspiracy. It's not an eclipse. I don't know what the hell it is. Hello, Philip. We'll get started with you here. I just looked at the clock. We're about 2 minutes before news break, but what's going on?
Yeah, if you want to, bud, you can hold me over if you need to. But I just was listening to Sundance there. Hey, buddy, why don't you look up in your smart book and see what the biggest thing is in our solar system. You were talking about that earlier. Look at your light source, and what's the biggest thing that we have that's bigger than us, that's bigger than anything in our solar system. Then when you figure that out, you come back and call me. Also, talking about pilots on the ship, every ship that's brought into a port has a pilot on it if it's big.
Okay.
If they come into a sizing. So, but I see you're about a minute in there. I'm just going to stand by if you want me to, Steve.
Very good. Yes, indeed. All right. So, hey, down in Louisville, the Mid-America Truck Show. Friday, they held their annual kind of get-together. 3 drivers honored this year with the award recognizing truckers for their contributions to the industry. It's the Travel Centers of America Citizen Driver Award. This year, Tim Taylor, along with team drivers Steve and Gina Jones, were the recipients of the annual award. According to TA, these 3 were selected from a pool of over 140 professional drivers that were nominated this year. Honored during the ceremony there in Louisville, the Mid-America Truck Show, TA said the award was created to simply recognize truckers who demonstrate a high level of respect to the truck driving profession, leadership, good citizenship, safety, health, and wellness, and community involvement, as we know. We'll tell you a little more about Tim, Steve, and Gina coming up here as we roll on into a Wednesday hump day coming on. So we'll take care of the news break back after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. President Biden says the federal government will cover the costs of rebuilding Baltimore's Key Bridge, which collapsed following a collision with a cargo ship overnight.
We're going to send all the federal resources they need as we respond to this emergency.
Biden called the event a tragic accident and said there's no evidence to suggest any deliberate wrongdoing. Following its debut on Wall Street Tuesday morning under the ticker symbol DJT, shares in former President Trump's social media company surged by over 50%. Reports indicate that Trump's net worth skyrocketed to $6.5 billion following the surge in stock price. For the time being, WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange has been spared extradition to the U.S., where he faces charges related to spying. A court in London made that ruling Tuesday, stipulating that the U.S. government must furnish a set of assurances within 3 weeks regarding Assange's First Amendment rights. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Thank you much. All right. Get back to Philip here. I'm looking at some of our friends chatting this morning. Hello to Rick in Columbus. Rick, friend, good to have you on board. Said he's got his CAT scan or CT scan, right? CAT scan coming today. I'll give you a full report. All right. They don't call me Bubble Boy for nothing. Sucks getting old. Okay. It is 844-844-3388. All right, let's head on back to Philip. Thanks for hanging in there. Good morning.
Morning, bud. And I'll get right back to that eclipse thing real just quickly there so I can explain it to Sundance. You got the sun, you got the moon, and you got the earth. One's going to get in the middle of the two, and it's going to block the sun. That's all it is, simple stuff.
It's very simple, yes.
Now, certain parts of the earth are going to get, everybody's going to be seeing it. Some people ain't going to be seeing it. I don't know why there's so much of ruckus with all this traffic over, people quit being crazy and just do what they need to do, drive their car instead of looking up or do whatever they're going to do or make traffic worse. We wouldn't have to do all this nonsense. Now, about the pilots. Every port in the world has a port authority. The authority controls the port and what goes on with the port. Okay, traffic in, traffic out. Don't care if it's on the land, don't care if it's in the sea. All right? They're set up that way to get ships around obstructions. because the crews don't generally go to that port all the time. So there could be an obstruction that ship could run into. That's the reason we have pilots. Now, you're talking about your emergency call there, Sundance. How could they do this call? Well, guess what? That pilot actually has a radio that they carry with them, and they know where to call and who to call in case they are going to hit an obstruction. And that was the message that was relayed to law enforcement, who stopped traffic going across that bridge and potentially saved a lot of people's lives. Okay? Now, was it the pilot's fault? If that ship lost power, now, I appreciate your naval service there, Sundance, if you served in the Navy and all that, I appreciate it, but it's like this. A ship has to have a generator to keep its power going and to keep its control surfaces going, which is basically the rudder of the ship that steers it. Okay? If you don't have those surfaces going right and them hydraulics going right, that boat ain't going nowhere. Steve, do you know what kinetic energy is?
I'm familiar with kinetic energy, yes.
Steve? Okay, so let's get down to the simple physics. When you have a ball and you push it and it rolls on the ground, that's kinetic energy. You pushed it and you've made it go. It's the same thing with a ship. Once you put it in propulsion, and everybody's going to hear that word, propulsion. It's used in the world of trains, it's used in the world of ships, it's used in the world of aircraft. Once you have propulsion, even in rockets, once you use propulsion and you get that object moving, you have to have a way to make it stop, and you have to have a way to make it, to turn it. Now, once the kinetic energy starts, you can't. Sometimes, if you can't turn it the right way, you're going to have what happened with that ship. The kinetic energy carried that ship, and there was no way they could stop it. They tried stopping it with the anchor. The anchor didn't drag up enough to get them started, to stop it. Okay? It's just plain simple stuff, you know? And, I mean, Steve, when you look at a semi going down the road and you see those big container boxes on there, how much weight do you think's in one of those, Steve? It's usually between 40 and 50,000 pounds of weight. Now, you look at that big container ship and you see that it has 2,900 of those on there, plus it's got to carry the weight of itself, plus it's got to carry the weight of the fuel, plus it's got to carry bilge water, which has to be used on there to transfer and balance it out. Kinetic energy was against them. I'm not going to blame the pilot in this situation. It was one of those accidents. I believe that a generator went down. They couldn't keep control of the ship. They put out the warning. They did the best they could, and it knocked the bridge down. There's nothing we can do about it. Is that kind of simple explaining it, Steve?
That's a good explanation, brother. Yes, indeed.
You know, and it's like people don't understand that. I hate to say it this way, and I don't mean to be blunt, but stuff happens. There ain't nothing that you can do. You can't predict it.
Yeah.
I will say this much. You can see those vehicles that were on that bridge. They were kind of in the middle. They had their lights on. You could see the flashy lights on them. You could see them, and I'm pretty sure that with the video footage that I saw and the video footage that a lot of people could see, you can pretty much tell where those people fell down in that water if they were close to those vehicles without even being on that bridge. Because all the construction guys, they have those lights on, they've got things going so people can get around them when they're driving. So I just hope they find the guys. I really do. And I know I called you yesterday because I was kind of concerned about horse feathers, because I didn't, after I talked to you yesterday morning, I got off the radio and I got another phone call from another guy on the show. And, you know, it was one of those things. It's just, I didn't hear the rest of the show. I didn't hear horse feathers. I'm glad horse feathers okay. I know he runs up there around Baltimore, and I know it might be a challenging time for him because he's probably going to have to go to different places for loads and whatnot. I know they'll figure it out. But, you know, we got 6 people that are missing. That needs to be taken care of, and then we'll clean the mess up. But it's going to be a long recovery for those folks, because they're talking at least 2 months to get it to where they can get ships in and out of that port. That was what they were talking about yesterday, if anybody was watching the press conference.
Okay.
Buttigieg said he's thinking 2 months because they've got to do the investigation. Actually, we're doing the recovery now, or we're trying to find folks. Then we've got to do the investigation. Then we're going to start the evaluation for the cleanup process. Then we got to start cleaning up. And that's 50 foot of water that's got a lot of metal, and it's got a lot of concrete. It's got a lot of things that could hurt a lot of ships and a lot of people in it right now. That's the reason why they canceled everything over there. Did you hear about the drones, Steve? They were so concerned about drones yesterday, they canceled the airspace around that area, and you had to be, in a certain distance to be away from it. They didn't even want drones in there. I was shocked when I heard that on the Good Morning America yesterday morning. They did not want anybody with a drone. FAA was banning people with drones.
Right.
Unless you were in there for a legitimate reason, which is a good thing. People's nosiness gets a little out of hand when it comes to accidents. And, they're in there trying to do their business and look for people. I mean, they had helicopters in there yesterday,
right.
News helicopters that were zooming in. You could actually see the guys in the boats climbing over down in the water, the divers, all that stuff. You could actually see that from a helicopter. You can look at YouTube footage and zoom on your YouTube footage and see. I mean, there was a lot of stuff that shouldn't be seen yesterday because, people are involved with an investigation. They need to understand what's going on with that's why the NTSB is in there. And it's going to be a long road. And I hope those people get, found and things get figured out. But Sundance, dude, I appreciate your service and all that, but please kind of, just do a little bit more research before you start talking about stuff. So have a good day, buddy. Y'all have a good one. Thank you.
Of course, when you drop an anchor, we all know that it's not like your ship's going to stop immediately. Where was it where a ship that had dropped anchor, and of course it was the anchor's being dragged along the bottom. It's trying to slow the vessel down, but they caught onto the fiber optic lines at the sea floor and ripped through those. It's not an immediate thing, and if that big splash before impact was the emergency anchor, they dropped that way too late. They could have dropped that a whole lot earlier than they did, but who am I to say? I don't know. Hey, well, what day is it anyway?
I don't know. I was going to ask you that, Your Honor. It's all screwed up there this week, last week, days on, days off. I don't know. We've got Becky out here starting her work week, so we must be able to say, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it? So
there we go.
Anyways, so there you go. So to start out, I appreciate everybody being concerned about my well-being and everything, and thank you for that. But we're doing fine, and really the bridge itself doesn't really have a whole lot of effect for me because I pretty much avoided it just because I don't pay the toll. I got my ways to go around, and I don't pay tolls very often. So I very rarely traverse over the bridge unless it was an absolute necessity for time. That would have been the only reason I would have had to, a reason to actually been up on the bridge. So anyways, you got to check. Can you by chance run down to the hardware store there and get yourself a Stanley tape measure, Steve? Can you do that real quick?
Sure.
Because I want you to go out there and measure the moon. Because did I hear Sundance right? Did he say that moon was 2,000 feet across?
I don't know if he said. I thought he said miles. I don't know. 2,000 miles around. I don't know.
Okay, I don't know. Yeah, even at 2,000 miles, I think his calculation might be a little bit inaccurate there. So I'm just thinking the diameter, circumference, radius. Yeah, radius times 2 is diameter or something. So anyways, maybe we should just, I don't know. Can't even his math just still doesn't add up. I don't know where he went to school at, but I don't know. Anyway, so to get back to Baltimore, I don't know. Have we beaten the dead horse enough on the bridge yet? Because number one, like everything else, we're starting day number 2 now, and we don't have enough information to know about what's going on. A lot of things are still lots of speculation. And,
correct.
And speculation gets you in a lot of trouble. I don't agree with Lester. I agree more with, I believe it was Chris that emailed you in there that talked a little bit about it. Watching the videos, I don't think the bridge was brought down by demolition. It's a gigantic erector set, and when you take one pin piece away, I mean, I watched them put up a couple of these bridges there. They got one. They just the bridge going out of Southern Maryland into Virginia on US 301. They replaced the one standing right next to the other one, and they put superstructure up, and they put it in sections, and then they put sections together. But if you make it teeter-totter, one section is going to pull the other section over almost instantaneously.
Which it did.
And they did it here. They did it here in Maryland, as I say. Watch them put that bridge up. They just got done constructing and demolitioning the Tappan Zee Bridge across the Hudson River up there for the New York State Thruway, just north of New York City, on the section of 87 there. And they put up a big bridge and replaced one up at the southern end of Lake Champlain there, up in New York, where the borders Vermont there. They did the same thing, and they put sections up on top of the piers and on each side, and then they put a middle section up together. They lift it up, and it's kind of an amazing process to watch them do all that. But if you take away one when you have that whole thing connected together, and there was 3 major sections of superstructure on the key bridge, and when you took that one component away that's holding it in place, because it needs to be pulled in 2 directions at the same time.
Correct.
to hold it in place. So when you take the one direction away, then it just lets it just. It's like having a rubber band stretched out, and you letting go of the rubber band with one hand, and you're going to get your fingers snapped on the other end because it's going all the way across. So I don't believe there was any need for demolition on any of the other support pillars that were holding up the superstructure. And you're very correct in what you were saying in the beginning of your show there. There's even though that bridge is 1.5 or 1.6 miles long, the 3 sections of superstructure were not the majority of the bridge. The majority of the bridge is open flat deck, that surface of the highway, and all of that is still standing. So The only thing that needs to be replaced is the 3 sections of superstructure, and they have all the plans. If they can put all the concrete towers back together that the bridge sits on, they already have all the plans in it, all ready to go, to know how to put things together, and distances and height and angles and arcs that they need. And so I wouldn't be surprised if there's actually in the process of putting steel into the mills to being made into the new bridge already. Whatever's going to replace that is already. And the next question is, are they going to replace it with a superstructure, or are they just gonna come up with a whole new design to make that span with? So there's a lot of things that can be done. There's a lot of people that are already in the process of doing that type of work, that, the engineers and, everybody's got their abacuses out and their slide rules, and they're busy with their pencils and scratching away on paper, trying to figure out what's going to happen and what's going to be the best solution to what happened there. So anyways, I don't know. As far as the MT, Maryland Transit Authority getting word from the ship that there was going to be that they had issues, had their Mayday. That probably came from whatever dispatching radio control went to. That what would be like the airplanes would have the tower. I mean, those people are in control, or in contact constantly with the Transportation Authority, because the Transportation Authority not only has the bridges, but they also are the law enforcement for the ports. So they are in complete contact with that whole shipping organization operation that goes on in that whole harbor. There's nothing that goes on that the Transportation Authority doesn't know about. So it's an immediate, when you make one call, when that ship made that one call, everybody knew what the problem was. And as far as being in traffic on the north side of the bridge, they actually just got done taking all the putting in high-speed tolling, but that is where they have a headquarters for the Transportation Authority. I mean, there's 40 cars that sit there at all times, and the offices are there. The Easy Pass office is in there. There's all kinds of things that go on at that part of the bridge. So to stop the southbound traffic from coming on didn't take a whole lot. And at that time of night, especially with the construction crew up on the bridge, there probably was somebody up on the bridge with them that could have easily gone down to the other side and stopped traffic. If there wasn't a patrol sitting at the bottom of the bridge watching traffic coming on the bridge anyways, because they sit out there all night long and watch traffic.
I mean, you can actually watch the video and see the amount of traffic that was crossing the bridge. I mean, in the minutes leading up to impact, and most all the traffic is stopped. I mean, the video there was one truck that looked like it may have still been there when the impact occurred. But as you see, especially the time-lapse video, if you've took the time-lapse video and slowed it down to real time, which would be essentially more than 4.5 minutes, when they first lost power, right? 4.5 minutes. A lot of trucks, a lot of vehicles were crossing that bridge as it continued to approach. But, hey, we got to get a quick break in here. We'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Once again, had our Citizen Driver ceremony in Louisville over the weekend. Starting with Tim Taylor, a company driver and trainer with FedEx out of Valdosta, Georgia. Over 2.8 million safe driving miles, on top of driving between 100 and 150,000 miles a year and mentoring young drivers. He also hosts a weekly podcast. The husband and wife duo, Steve and Gina Jones, team drivers for Werner Enterprises, Peoria, Arizona, have traveled a combined 2.5 million accident-free miles together. Steve's a veteran of the U.S. Army, having served 1998 to 2005, including a tour of duty in Iraq. This past August, the pair was selected as part of the team to deliver the 2023 Capitol Christmas tree. The driving duo hauled over 14,000 ornaments, along with 84 companion Christmas trees, and helped hand out the cargo to members of the armed forces and their families at Joint Base Andrews there in Maryland. Of course, recipients of the Citizen Driver Award get the opportunity to select a TA Petro Stopping Center or a TA Express to be dedicated in their name. Which did we pick? Taylor selected the TA Atlanta South Side in Jackson, Georgia. And the Joneses chose the TA in Tonopah, Arizona, to bear their names. And they also get a $2,500 that they can donate to their charity of their own preference. So there you go. Congratulations to the latest honorees. Back to the phones after a quick timeout. News break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Tim Berg. The search is continuing for missing people after a Baltimore bridge collapsed early Tuesday morning after a container ship crashed into it. Maryland Democratic Governor Wes Moore saying that more people may still be missing.
We are still actively looking for survivors. We know, and that's the pledge we've made to these families, and this is still very much an active search and rescue mission.
This is Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says the federal government will help in any way it can.
The federal government will provide all of the support that they need for as long as it takes.
Technologist, attorney, and entrepreneur Nicole Shanahan has officially been announced as the running mate of independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
Among other things, she has used over the past several years cutting-edge technology, including AI, to calculate the catastrophic health consequences of toxins in our soil, our air, our water, and our food.
House Republicans will soon have a one-seat majority after Wisconsin Republican Congressman Mike Gallagher announced he would resign in April. Speaking about the move on Fox Business, Iowa Republican Congressman Ashley Hinson says the congressman's resignation is another symbol of the dysfunction in Washington.
I'm very frustrated by how things have played out in the last year. We have to govern in divided government, and that's very difficult.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is meeting on Tuesday with his Israeli counterpart to discuss the ongoing war in Gaza. Austin speaking about the meeting from the Pentagon.
Mr. Minister, I look forward to discussing how we can dramatically and urgently ease the humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A New York judge is once again taking away former President Donald Trump's First Amendment rights by imposing a gag order regarding a hush money trial going on in New York. The order prohibits Trump from publicly commenting on witnesses, prosecutors, and court staff. Texas public safety commanders say their officers will only be allowed to make arrests when they see illegal immigrants crossing the Rio Grande River into Texas illegally. USA's Ryan Daniels.
A spokesman for the Texas Department of Public Safety clarified Monday how state officers would approach enforcement of the new Texas immigration law being challenged in court. However, opponents say promises like that do not square with what's written in the law. They claim Texas state officers will still be able to profile people on the streets in Texas if they see fit to do so. A federal appeals court has put the law on hold as lawsuits play out.
Pro-Palestinian protesters interrupted President Biden's remarks on health care in North Carolina on Tuesday. During an event in Raleigh, the protesters shouting, "What about health care in Gaza?" and hospitals in Gaza are being bombed.
Be patient with them. They have a point. We need to get a lot more care into Gaza.
Demonstrators are calling for an immediate ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war and have frequently interrupted democratic events. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, midweek already, but Easter weekend is on the horizon. How's the weather looking for your Easter weekend? Weather update sponsored by Big Daddy Walker Productions. Well, for the West Coast, looks like a stormy weekend for California. As one storm pushes inland over the west early this weekend. With low elevation rain and mountain snow, there's a new storm hot on its heels. Second storm diving along the coast of California, sending extra moisture into the state. Now, aside from the deserts, almost anywhere across the state could see precip. Up to an inch of rain possible in central California. Like San Francisco, the heaviest rain will likely focus on Southern California. Could see enough rain in L.A. over the weekend for some localized flooding. They're talking potential for 1 to 2 inches in L.A. That's a lot of rain in California. It's not out of the question, depending on the track of the storm, just how much cold air it brings in. We could see some snow accumulating on some of the highest peaks in Southern California's mountains. For the Sierra Nevada, another healthy dose of snow. Now, that may be welcome for getting another holiday of skiing or snowboarding at some of the resorts. Motorists going through Donner Pass may find that the snow brings travel challenges. This weekend could unload another 1 to 3 feet of snow on the high country. Where's it going to be dry? Well, some of the best weather in the nation for Easter Sunday. The south central states through the southeast, high pressure over Florida will build a dome of warm, dry conditions from the southern Atlantic coast westward to Texas and Oklahoma. If you're heading out to the theme parks, if you're heading down to see Philip this week in central Florida, highs in the 80s, plenty of sunshine will make it feel near 90 in the afternoon. And some sunshine in store for the Northeast, including New York City, Easter Sunday, after some drenching rains Saturday. Dry, milder weather in store for the Northwest on Sunday, as that second storm pushes away across California. So there you go. Easter weekend coming on. Eric, I believe. Good morning.
I just called to make a couple points. My first point being Joe Biden sucks, and my second point is Sunday. I'm pretty impressed that he finally decided to not trust the mainstream media's narrative.
Okay. Obviously, we're working. Eric, you a first-time caller?
Yes, I am.
How about
I've been listening for about 20 years now, and just never called, but yeah, Sundance kind of made me laugh. I've never heard him not trust what the news says. So.
Yeah, okay. Well, how about a $60 voucher for Hot Shot Secret products, Eric? Does that sound like a winner?
Absolutely.
So are you like so many others kind of, it sounds like there's
appreciate it.
A lot of suspicious folks out there. I mean, and when I look at the sped up video, it really to me does look like that ship took a hard turn right toward that pillar for whatever reason.
Yeah, I saw the same video, and yeah, I'm maybe it was intentional, probably not, but yeah, like Sundance, I always question anything that I see on the news. So I just thought that it was funny that he finally decided to question what he's being told on the news.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, sound like you're working hard for a living. Thanks for checking in, Eric. We'll get that code out to you in the next couple of days.
All right. Thank you much.
And don't wait another 20 years to call in. I don't know if I'll be around that long. Right? Vic, what's happening?
I don't know. Anyway, I'm sorry I was laughing, but I was thinking about really Sundance calls and some other stuff. But that Baltimore port, that's what put the Indiana Grain Cooperative Association out of business. They bought an old grain elevator up there, and the guy in charge of the grain division, he lied like a dog to the rest of the people to get them to buy that old grain elevator. And then he spent more money than he should, and he kept saying, well, it's OSHA or it's EPA and everything else, and all it was he wanted to send unit trains into Baltimore there, and I don't know if that old grain elevator ever is still in place or not. It was no Baltimore and Ohio. I think they tried to make condominiums out of it or something. But that port there, some ports you have to have a tugboat, or a guide boat or whatever, whenever those ocean-going ships come into it. And I never could figure out, horse feathers might know, if they still have to have those tugboats there for the Baltimore harbor or not. But and he was talking about all those radio communications. Now, I don't know about Baltimore, but one time I was in New Jersey, and some guy convinced a Swift driver to back up on the New Jersey Turnpike and killed a bunch of people, and they had to shut it down. And anyway, I got in one of the New Jersey Harbor Police's cars. He had a bank of radios in there. I asked him, well, how do you know which one's which? But I think he had a radio for every frequency or authority that he needed to contact. So it was kind of surprising to me that they really had that many in there. So they can get in touch with people real quick, like if they need to. But Philip did a good job of explaining all that. But if you've been to Boy Scouts or survival or anything else, did you ever do that old bit of taking a pencil or a ruler or something and measuring the distance between your arm and the ruler and look at something out far away, and you could calculate how tall it was, like a building or something or whatever.
Right.
But the quickest way that I could explain this is when you're driving a truck and it has West Coast mirrors on it, when you pull up to a stop sign or you get ready to back up, that left mirror is going to block a lot more than the right mirror. But you rock back, and a person rocks back and forth to see exactly, what everything is, because the mirrors will block your vision. And really that's about all I really had on the subject. And real quick, like last night when you were talking about, I was going to call in about the prairie fires out there in Texas and all the problems they had out there, because if they don't get in there and reseed that, like hydro seed or something, that's, you've seen the Dust Bowl back in the 30s. That's very loose soil out there. So, so far we haven't came up on that problem, but when the prairie fires burned, they actually put a lot of carbon in the soil, and they could be, if they do it right, they could be surprised at how much the grass yield will come up, how much better grass they have after the prairie fires. So, and the other thing too is, the United States, regardless of what's going on over there in military-wise in Israel, I guess you'd say psychologically or public relations or whatever, the thought of the United States turning its back on Israel, its number one ally in the world, and we have supported Israel for years. I mean, that the message that will send around the world that the United States would turn its back on Israel for Biden to get a few votes from Palestinian supporters, I can only imagine the damage that that's going to do to our other allies. And it just amazes me. I don't know. I guess everybody should read the Jewish history and all that was the Ottoman Empire and everything else. And I'm not Jewish. I'm a WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. But my dad did a lot of business with Jewish people, and they'd talk a lot of religion. and everything else. And basically, all the religions go back to Abraham as the father of their religion. I don't know how that works, but it all does, and that's why Trump had the Abraham Accords, to where that was all coming together, and how this came about in Israel. The only thing that I can figure out was, remember, Biden took the Houthis and maybe the Hamas. He took some of them off of the terrorist list, and they were all Iran-backed terrorist organizations. So all I can say is that, I don't know, maybe Biden doesn't want to admit to a mistake, but that's pretty much what happens. And I heard Pappy talking earlier. I was over in Illinois over the weekend, and I couldn't believe it, but the Illinois Attorney General doesn't allow off-duty police to carry a weapon if they're at a sporting event or a school event or something of that nature. And I thought most police officers, that was part of, I know your son, is a police officer. I don't know if they have to carry constantly or not. It just amazed me, because, they do have enemies, and more or less police officers were never really considered off duty. It's like they're still expected to perform their official duties if something comes up to where it would be required. So that really struck me as odd. And I kind of jump around here, but I got to talk to your wife there at the truck show and stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't know, you were there. I didn't know if you had a live mic or not, but did you ever make it outside to all those show trucks and everything?
I did not.
Because, man, I would have hated to have been the judge. I wouldn't have been able to judge them. I mean, there were some beautiful trucks out there, a lot of money spent into them. And my grandson that was with me, he's a gunner's mate in the Naval Reserves, and he told me he's on some sort of a list of where he gets these security job offers, and on the way down, first thing I asked him when he got in the car, I said, "Are you carrying?" He said, "No, I left it home today." I said, "Well, good, because we were going to have to put it in the trunk when we got down there." And he said, "No, I figured that's the way it would be." But anyway, on the way down, he was asking me about some facility there in southern Indiana they'd offered him a security contract for, and I said, "I really don't know," because he couldn't find either, but they didn't give him a name. And then he said, "Well, I got a $400,000 a year contract offer for another one." And I said, "Well, where was it?" He said, "Baghdad, Iraq." And I said, "I believe I would pass on that with Biden in office." So anyway, he's been spent. Well, he went to San Diego and spent a lot of time. He knows guns forwards and backwards, and lots of times I just have to tell him I haven't a clue what they're talking about, and he just worked on the museum up there at Crane, so he was all wound up. So I just listened to him and go on. But by and large, I kind of jumped around there a little bit like I usually do. But the really central question I had is why they don't have the tugboats there in the Baltimore Harbor. I know some they have to. I was trying to think of the harbor it is. They have to make a hard right turn, and they don't allow ocean-going ships to come in there without I guess you call it a guide boat or something. So anyway, that was about all I had there. Was because I did see, I've got a headline here, gun news, and it just amazed me that the Illinois Attorney General has restricted off-duty police officers from where they can carry their weapon. I mean, it just boggles my imagination what some of these people are coming in, what do you call them, the woke group or whatever. So with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
All right, Vic, good to hear from you, and thank you for checking in here on a Wednesday morning. Eskimo Mom, got you coming up. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Also, he mentioned the wildfires there in the prairies. The Alabama Trucking Association and the Alabama Cattlemen's Association are coming together, collaborating to provide aid to some of the ranchers devastated by the Smokehouse Creek Fire, Wild Creek Fire. There in the Texas Panhandle. Farmers coming together to help farmers. More on that ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, the Alabama Trucking Association, the Alabama Cattlemen's Association. As we know, more than 1 million acres destroyed by the largest wildfire in Texas history. That fire was finally fully contained on Tuesday, March the 19th. However, the Texas A&M Forest Service posted an advisory this past Sunday, the 24th, saying wildfire potential is particularly concerning in the plains and the southwest portions of the state. Information on how to donate to the Texas Panhandle Wildlife Relief Fund is available at the Alabama Cattlemen's Association website. They say they're going to match donations up to $5,000. That money will go to the Texas Southwestern Cattle Raisers Association relief effort for fencing materials, according to the website. Truckloads of hay or individual bales can be dropped off at a number of locations. The Alabama Livestock Auction, Uniontown, Alabama, the Baldwin County Coliseum and Fairgrounds in Robertsdale, Alabama, the Coleman Agricultural Center, obviously in Coleman, the Frisco City Stockyard, and the Northwest Alabama Livestock on Friday and Saturday, this March 29th and 30th. During any crisis, truckers answer the call. Mark Colson, president and CEO of the Alabama Trucking Association, said, when we reached out to Alabama truckers to solicit their help to deliver much-needed hay to Texas, the response was immediate. Just tell us when and where. Now, by the way, there was a disaster declaration issued back on the 29th of February for 60 Texas counties. That is still in effect, as a matter of fact. That would be the emergency order relieving some of the requirements for motor carriers and commercial vehicle drivers dealing with the relief efforts due to the wildfires there. All right, Eskimo Mom, how we doing this morning? Happy Monday.
Happy hump day to you. I am doing fine. Just playing in the wind out here tonight, and with an empty trailer because we drop a load of trailers off, and we usually bring back whatever they want us to take back. But other than that, I want Sundance. I want to talk about the eclipse since I'm underneath Totality as well as Renegade. We're both. For me, it's like don't call. Monday, April 8th is gonna be one of those days. It's like don't call me whatsoever because from about 1 o'clock to about 4:30, my little butt's gonna be in my front yard watching it. But around my home area, that's where I was saying that there's gonna be a lot of places closed, and there's a lot of open areas. They've already got reservations going on. But with Sundance, he needs to do it, like you said, he needs to do his research. There's a lot of websites out there, timeanddate.com, NASA.gov, and several others that they will explain the eclipse and they will show you. And some of them will even show you approximately at the peak of the eclipse what it's going to look like in that particular area. And it's really cool with the animation and everything and all the information they have out there.
Are they talking about the traffic issues? A whole lot of folks going to be coming into your area for the 8th?
Yes. There there's I think there's a thing on Ohio, like Ohio Magazine or something like that. They've got a list of all the events from on southwestern Ohio, and pretty much from Wapakoneta all the way down into Troy and places like that. There's going to be all sorts of different events. Our fairgrounds are going to open up for eclipse watching. Plus, they're going to have food trucks there. WAPOC's got something. WAPOC is short for Wapakoneta for those of you who are not from around our area. But they've got so much stuff going on that it's going to be crazy with everybody coming in. And a lot of it they're basing off of what happened in 2017.
Correct.
They're basing some of the statistics off of that. Plus the eclipse that we had back in October. A lot of that you can also base some of their information off of that too.
All righty, very good. Well, the countdown clock's ticking, right? 12 days, and it'll be here.
Yep. Starts about around my home area about 1:30 or so in the afternoon, and Totality's a little after 3. And it should last 3 or 4 minutes, and then about 4:30 be done.
And that's it for another how many years, right? Okay, thank you, Eskimo Mom. We'll be back after this.
USA News Update. President Biden says the federal government will cover the costs of rebuilding Baltimore's Key Bridge, which collapsed following a collision with a cargo ship overnight.
We're going to send all the federal resources they need as we respond to this emergency.
Biden called the event a tragic accident and said there's no evidence to suggest any deliberate wrongdoing. Following its debut on Wall Street Tuesday morning under the ticker symbol DJT, shares in former President Trump's social media company surged by over 50%. Reports indicate that Trump's net worth skyrocketed to $6.5 billion following the surge in stock price. For the time being, WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange has been spared extradition to the U.S., where he faces charges related to spying. A court in London made that ruling Tuesday, stipulating that the U.S. government must furnish a set of assurances within 3 weeks regarding Assange's First Amendment rights. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, if you drive a truck for a living, you know darn good and well there's a lot of time spent waiting. Oftentimes uncompensated, right? Detention time. Now, the American Transportation Research Institute has issued a call for truck drivers. They want some data on your detention experiences. This latest data collection, part of the larger ATRI study examining the effects of detention on the industry overall. According to the news release, driver detention, waiting at shipper or receiver facilities outside of loading and unloading, the long-standing issue in the industry. Accordingly, ATRI's Research Advisory Committee identified the need for new research to document the widespread negative consequences of driver detention for carriers, truck drivers, shippers, and the economy overall. The short survey, they say, asked truck drivers to share details confidentially on your experience with driver detention and how it impacts your day-to-day life, your professional livelihood, and perceptions of the industry. While at the Mid-America Truck Show last week, ATRI staff collected more than 250 surveys from some of the truck drivers in attendance there. This online version now provides the opportunity for drivers all over the country to give your input on this research. Drivers routinely rank detention delay at customer facilities among the top industry concerns. This research will update our 2019 analysis on detention to see how and if things have changed in the post-pandemic area. All right, truck drivers encouraged to complete the survey. It will be open till April the 26th. So the next 30 days, if you'd like to take care of that. Back to the calls. Chris is on board this morning. Hello, Chris.
Hi, Steve. I'm not the Chris that sent you the email, but I've been listening to some experts on shipping, and this one guy said those tugboats have to take them so far, I think pull them out of the pier, but they're allowed to release them right before the bridge, which sounds kind of crazy, but he said there's just not enough tugboats for all that traffic, and it would cost a lot of money. But the rumor is these guys were losing power all day long in the pier. They would power it up. I guess they need to run cranes and things like that on the ship.
Yeah.
I don't know, but that's what happens. There's a video on YouTube that's been there for years about the ship down in New Orleans that ran into a wharf. And it was exactly the same thing. They got the pilots on there, and they didn't tell them they had engine trouble all the way over from wherever they came. Engine died, and it just ran straight into this pier, shopping mall, and all this tourist stuff. And luckily, only one person got killed on that one.
Wow.
But it's amazing to see this thing just head for, But, I don't know. I think he was going under a section that wasn't high enough. Is the reason he turned so sharp, wasn't it?
I mean,
there's only one section. Remember, that's a really. They say it's 50 feet under that bridge. The water is, but that's a really narrow channel. That was 2 years ago when that one got stuck on a sandbar. But they know how to stop them, But they say that sand washes into the channel if they pile up sand.
Yeah.
Around these things. But that would sure stop them. But no, I'm sure they'll find out he had engine trouble. Some of them are saying it's the fuel. They had to switch from bunker fuel to low sulfur.
Correct.
And I think some of them switch back and forth. And that bunker fuel is tar. They have to melt that stuff to even get it to, get into the engine. It's literally tar. But I don't know. A lot of them have been having trouble since they switched, I think. But that's about all I know about it. Some of them wanted tugboats to take them all the way out of Chesapeake Bay. I used to go out there, but I don't think I ever went over that bridge. I went into Dundalk from the north, like somebody else was saying.
Yeah.
I think it was expensive. I tried to avoid some of those tolls out there are ridiculous. They're even worse now, I'm sure. But, no, that's, I don't know. There's nothing that's going to stop a ship like that.
Well, we know they can't stop on a dime, right? How long does it take to stop an 80,000-pound truck going down the interstate, right?
Yeah, about 300 feet. That's what they say. Yeah, a couple of miles for one of those ships. Yeah, they have to make that right-hand turn. I think the tugs got them through that, and then they let them go. But, yeah, they were hiding some maintenance problems, I'm sure, like the other guys.
And some of these, they're based out of was it Singapore based? That's, there's a lot of, they cut corners, shoddy operations. You have the crew, low paid, foreigners. Maryland's transportation secretary held a press conference yesterday as this was just all kind of an unfolding scenario. The rescue operations were still underway, which they pretty much ceased any rescue operations about sundown this past evening. And they still don't have a firm number on how many might have actually went into the river. But the water where the bridge was struck is about 50 foot deep. Coast Guard and dive teams were out there searching this past day. Baltimore's fire chief said the additional challenges are the current, the water's current there. Of course, some of the initial reports indicated possible multiple casualties. Water temperature 47 degrees. Moore said the Mayday had been sent. Vehicle traffic on the bridge was stopped right before its collapse. And it's still unclear if any passenger vehicles traveling on the bridge at the time actually went in the water. It was the Singapore flagged ship was carrying about 4,900 containers at the time of the collision. Again, think of the weight. It hit the bridge while under, of course, now this is from FreightWave. This is some new info. While under pilotage, disrupting not just the vessel's journey from the U.S. to Sri Lanka, but also the operations at the port. This vessel, chartered by Maersk, but managed by Synergy Group. Reports say the ship was owned by Singapore's Grace Ocean Pte. No casualties on the ship, and there was no fuel spilled. Governor has declared a state of emergency, asking for federal assistance. The bridge's collapse not only affecting local commuters, but challenges to freight transportation, especially as the Easter holiday weekend approaches. This port handles a large volume of imports and exports. So authorities are focused right now, or yesterday, on rescue operations. One social media observation about the crash is that in terms of its impact on logistics, the West Coast ports, battered by the pandemic-driven movement toward the East Coast ports, they now face the prospect of another development that suddenly makes Long Beach and L.A. look more attractive. Avoiding East Coast ports to skip the limits on the drought-stricken Panama Canal already were seen as helping the West Coast ports. Add to that any avoidance possibly of the East Coast as kind of a knock-on effect of the threat to shipping in the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. Now one of the East Coast biggest ports effectively has a steel blockade that will likely take months to remove. Now, the head of research at Freightos, the international shipping transaction and payment platform, kind of laid out the impact on shipping in an email to FreightWaves yesterday, stating, with most of Baltimore's port terminals and all of its container terminals behind the collapsed bridge, containerized exports at or planning to depart from Baltimore will either have to wait till the waterway reopens or be rerouted by truck or rail to an alternate port, which could include Philadelphia or more likely the major hubs like Norfolk or New York, New Jersey. Exporters choosing these options will face increased trucking and rail rates if enough volumes are shifted to other ports. Container vessels scheduled to arrive in Baltimore between now and Saturday. Diversions could cause some congestion at alternate ports, meaning delays for the importers. Quarterly container volumes at Baltimore are only about 13% of those handled at the port of New York and New Jersey. So those Baltimore imports should be able to be shifted to the other ports without a whole lot of disruption, they said. I'll see. Who was it was asking about off-duty concealed carry? Pappy said it was Vic, yes. He said, in our county, in Hamilton County, agencies in Hamilton County are allowed to carry off-duty departments. They usually leave it up to the officer. It's my understanding if you're a police officer in New York City, you have to leave your weapon at the district. You're not allowed to carry it off duty. Cincinnati Reds allow police officers to carry their weapons in the stadium. Bengals do not allow police officers to take their weapons into the stadium during a game. Very interesting for our local community. Daryl's on board in Fairfield this morning. Hello, Daryl. Hello, Daryl. All right. Either we lost him. Are you with us, Daryl? He may have dozed off. I got to meet Daryl there in Louisville. He came down to the truck show. I think that was Friday. I got to chat with him just a few minutes. All right. Hello, Dan. What's happening?
Hey, Steve. How you doing?
Good.
I listened to Sundance and Philip, and I think Sundance made, in my estimation, some pretty good points about that rudder. I mean, somebody would have had to steer that towards the pillar, right? And was that the pilot that comes from the Port Authority that brings the ship in?
I mean, that FreightWave story.
Or was that the...
Yeah, the FreightWave story I just shared said while under pilot. That's the first I had seen of that. Several had asked this morning that the pilot of the boat was in control.
So when you say under pilot, you mean that there was a pilot?
That's my understanding. Yes, while it was being piloted, it says. It was under pilotage. I guess that's the word they use. Under pilotage.
Well, I mean, he's got a point.
Sundance.
Sundance. He's got a point. Yeah, that rudder would be it would have to have been turned, and you wonder why they would have turned it towards that pillar. That's another thing. And then about contacting the Maryland Department of Transportation. 4.5 minutes, you'd have to have people positioned in order to shut that bridge down. It's a toll bridge, right?
That's my understanding. Yes. So I think they've got the Easy Pass or whatever system for a lot of folks just kind of breeze right through.
Oh, so well, I didn't know if there was a manned toll booth. That could explain that.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
But 4.5 minutes to shut the traffic down, and right before the bridge falls, there's cars, several hundred of them, crossing back both ways on the bridge. I mean, those are some things that just don't add up. I mean, I listened to Sundance, and I was quite impressed by his knowledge. Of course, he was in the Navy, and right, he was in the Merchant Marines. Is that what he was in?
I believe that's what he said. Yes.
But he knew a lot about the draft of a boat and the that anchor and so forth, and especially those lights going all out and all in. There's just some coincidences there that I believed him more than I did the call that came in after. I mean, the call before him said, or after him, that was it, Philip. He said, "Well, check the book." Well, I mean, this man worked on a ship, and he knew about some of these items, but as particularly about that pilot. So that wasn't known when those two calls came into you.
Correct.
The fact that I thought that the boat didn't have a pilot. I don't think this ship had a joystick like you're talking about for these cruise ships. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Correct. I know that.
Joystick?
I know all the modern. Yeah, I was surprised by that. It's kind of like a video game joystick that they have on the cruise ships.
Well, that's not that's not a wired joystick or anything, is it? Is it like a Bluetooth joystick?
All I know is when we got to take the tour of the ship and we got up on the deck there, they've got a big control panel. I mean, all kinds of instruments, but of course he was telling us how they maneuver the ship with the joysticks.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's true. Those are remotes. They got that on wreckers now. I have a friend who has a large wrecker company, and I was talking to him one day, and I went with him. He was picking up a truck, and you remember the old days? They'd have the controls on the back of the truck. Well, they don't do that anymore. They have a remote, or he had a remote, and you stand way back from those cables, because that was the danger to wrecker operators, that a cable would snap. And he goes, oh, no, we've got these remote controls. So maybe that's what the boat you're talking about, you could move the rudder back and forth and whatever they do.
Yeah, and I mean, the cruise ship, they've got side thrusters and everything. I mean, they can, you move right and left. I mean, that's why they...
Oh, yeah. What cruise line do you go on?
Carnival. We've always done Carnival.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think that's owned by Disney, isn't it? I thought it was, but you're right. They've got side thrusters, and I don't know how many stories tall that boat is. The one that amazed me is that story you reported where the smokestack or the chimney caught on fire, and they got over. You mentioned that last night.
Yes,
I believe. I'm actually surprised they didn't airlift those people out of there. I mean, to make the ship. It sounded like they made a Band-Aid repair and then sent them back to Florida. Is that correct?
That's the way it sounds. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd want to be on that ship. You know what I'm saying? But but the problem is, Steve, the NTSB is going to be doing a report. Would you please let me know the last time you've heard an update on Palestine, Ohio? Because the NTSB was going to be doing a full report, and then you never hear of the report anymore.
And you're right. I haven't seen an update in a while. Yeah.
Right, and they do a report, and I mean, it's any of these government agencies. We've had some horrific fires around St. Louis, where I live at, and the state fire marshal is going to be doing, resulting in deaths of children. And you say, well, the last one the NTSB did that was unfortunately a fire was the school bus accident up in Rushville, Illinois, 2 weeks ago. They killed 3 children who burnt up. And they're going to be doing a report. Well, I never see those reports, or the news media doesn't make a big deal of them, but people want to know the reason for it. That guy that called in about the that owner-operator, the guy that said that, he drove that Toyota with that crash avoidance and lane departure,
right?
And, distance alert, on vehicles. Well, I'll tell you what, Steve, we've got that on the trucks where I work at, and they're quite helpful. They are very helpful, and I do appreciate that technology. And I was thinking that I happen to know something about some people that live where that horrible school bus accident was that killed those 3. Those were 5 and 2 3-year-olds, and the driver, and then the driver of the dump truck. Well, I don't know the reason why that accident happened. She crossed the lane and ran head-on into him. Her left headlight was 18 inches from his right headlight. and he was driving a tractor trailer side with a dump trailer. So you can imagine, I'm thinking it might have been, you know what I'm saying, distracted driving.
Yeah.
Example, looking at a phone or a text message. But if she'd have had a lane departure, that would have alerted her. You understand what I'm saying?
Certainly.
Not that she should have been doing that, and that's a reason to do it, but it does give you a lane departure, and why you would drive a truck head-on into a dump trailer is beyond. I mean, it had to be something like that. So, no, I enjoyed listening to both of those, that Philip and Sundance. For once, I kind of agreed with Sundance. You know, I mean, he made some very good points.
Right.
And
well, 4.5 minutes isn't a lot of time. That's mighty quick to get word out and actually get somebody there. I mean, that is point to ponder.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks, Steve.
Well, Dan, good to hear from you. Thank you so much for checking in. The latest I could find out of East Palestine, of course, we're now in excess of a year after that derailment and fire, toxic fire. But authorities say we are confident that the residents of East Palestine are not at risk from surface water, soil, or air from the derailment. That was the update from, I guess, after Biden visited there a few weeks ago. Norfolk Southern said they've committed or invested more than $103 million for that community to rebuild. But I give a little more. There's varying data coming out of there, but news break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Ready to connect.
Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Tim Berg. The search is continuing for missing people after a Baltimore bridge collapsed early Tuesday morning after a container ship crashed into it. Maryland Democratic Governor Wes Moore saying that more people may still be missing.
We are still actively looking for survivors. We know, and that's the pledge we've made to these families, and this is still very much an active search and rescue mission.
This is Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says the federal government will help in any way it can.
The federal government will provide all of the support that they need for as long as it takes.
Technologist, attorney, and entrepreneur Nicole Shanahan has officially been announced as the running mate of independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
Among other things, she has used over the past several years cutting-edge technology, including AI, to calculate the catastrophic health consequences of toxins in our soil, our air, our water, and our food.
House Republicans will soon have a one-seat majority after Wisconsin Republican Congressman Mike Gallagher announced he would resign in April. Speaking about the move on Fox Business, Iowa Republican Congressman Ashley Hinson says the congressman's resignation is another symbol of the dysfunction in Washington.
I'm very frustrated by how things have played out in the last year. We have to govern in divided government, and that's very difficult.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is meeting on Tuesday with his Israeli counterpart to discuss the ongoing war in Gaza. Austin speaking about the meeting from the Pentagon.
Mr. Minister, I look forward to discussing how we can dramatically and urgently ease the humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A New York judge is once again taking away former President Donald Trump's First Amendment rights by imposing a gag order regarding a hush money trial going on in New York. The order prohibits Trump from publicly commenting on witnesses, prosecutors, and court staff. Texas public safety commanders say their officers will only be allowed to make arrests when they see illegal immigrants crossing the Rio Grande River into Texas illegally. USA's Ryan Daniels.
A spokesman for the Texas Department of Public Safety clarified Monday how state officers would approach enforcement of the new Texas immigration law being challenged in court. However, opponents say promises like that do not square with what's written in the law. They claim Texas state officers will still be able to profile people on the streets in Texas if they see fit to do so. A federal appeals court has put the law on hold as lawsuits play out.
Pro-Palestinian protesters interrupted President Biden's remarks on health care in North Carolina on Tuesday. During an event in Raleigh, the protesters shouting, "What about health care in Gaza?" and hospitals in Gaza are being bombed.
Be patient with them. They have a point. We need to get a lot more care into Gaza.
Demonstrators are calling for an immediate ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war and have frequently interrupted democratic events. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, temperatures, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, in response to Dan's question, have we heard any updates on East Palestine? The train derailment, which is over a year ago now. The Guardian, a couple of weeks ago, shared interviews with some of the residents of East Palestine. They shared the story of a woman, last name Flint, who explains that she wasn't in the mandatory evacuation zone, just outside of that zone when they did the controlled vent and burn back on February 6th of last year. But she said she fled town anyway. The following morning, authorities said the operation was a success. Soon after she returned home, she began experiencing muscle aches, migraines, fatigue. So she asks the EPA to test the air in her home, and they told her they'd only be collecting data within a 1-mile radius of the derailment. But researchers from Wayne State University opted to come out. They collected samples from her home. They found compounds associated with the derailment clinging to air filters, including vinyl chloride and ethyl hexyl acrylate, which are used to make plastics and may be linked to cancer. Now, the EPA told The Guardian that those compounds were commonly found in household products, like adhesives and paint. They reviewed the university's data, said they didn't have enough information about the study to determine her levels of risk. Now, Flint feels like she's being gaslit, ignored. Spends most of her time these days in upstate New York trying to avoid chemical exposure in her home. It's been a lot of inconsistent information, they say. The story of another resident there, last name Gines, said she was making Valentine's Day crafts with her 9-year-old son in their home on that night. From the window, they noticed a fire on the train line. Within hours, she said she too began smelling a sweet chemical odor. Her head pounded, her lips went numb. About 3 o'clock in the morning, her son began projectile vomiting and gasping for air. Now, that was particularly concerning because he had been hospitalized for asthma on several occasions. She got him bundled up and got him out of town. Took him to a hotel about 20 miles away. She said they have not slept at their home since. She said authorities say she could do so safely, but she still hears reports of neighbors that are falling ill in town. She spoke with The Guardian from the motel room that she's living in with her son and her cat about 30 miles from East Palestine, like dozens of other families. They have received relocation assistance from Norfolk Southern. I wouldn't have been able to afford to relocate otherwise, she says. Estimating Norfolk Southern has paid probably $40,000 for her hotel stays so far. We've been bouncing between hotels and motels. It all adds up. She's dealing with lots of anxiety because they've now cut those benefits off. The company said they're going to stop relocation assistance. That was back on the 9th of February after they concluded the removal of the soil remediation. And she said she was told by 2 different Norfolk Southern representatives that her aid was going to be cut off. All right. Company spokesperson told The Guardian, though, that she was not among the 40 households prompted to move by their soil cleanup project, that she wouldn't be affected by that cutoff. So there's confusion. Another instance of conflicting reports is whether it was necessary to vent and burn that vinyl chloride in the first place. As we recall, in the days after the derailment, experts on the scene made that call because there was concern of a risk of a major chemical explosion, a reaction in some of those rail cars. In some of the hearings, one representative from the company that owned the vinyl chloride testified that his team had told Norfolk Southern on 3 separate occasions they did not believe an explosion was going to happen. Supposedly, that information was never shared with authorities that were on the scene that ultimately made the call to vent and burn the stuff. So I guess people in East Palestine is still dealing with the fallout from that over a year ago now. Wow. Let's get back to the calls here. Pup, thanks for dialing us back up there. What's going on, Pup?
I don't know what happened there. Everything went real, scattered, and I couldn't understand what he was saying. Sounds like you had a good trucking show.
Indeed we did, yes.
A good deal. One of these years I'll make it down there. But as far as what Sundance had to say, I was on the fire department for 18 years, and when you're on a scene or something, you just can't get all kinds of excited. I don't know where he got it. He got it from the dispatch. I don't know what dispatch, but the first 20 minutes of Mark Levin's show tonight, he did have the dispatch, and that boat did have a pilot on there.
Okay.
And stuff, but when you lose power at your house, Steve, does your bathroom light go out and then your living room light go out?
Yeah, everything goes out. It all goes out at once.
All at the same time. Yep. And what happens is on these bigger ships and on almost everything nowadays, it's electric over hydraulic. So you need power to operate the hydraulic. If they were going 8 knots, which I haven't heard that, but let's just say that, if they were going 8 knots and the last time that pilot touched that control is where that is going to be stationary. And that it is pretty neat on that dispatch. But he hollered out Mayday. When he hollered Mayday, the Port Authority contacted to get all people off of that bridge. Then the dispatch for Baltimore, or Maryland, I guess would be, she started coordinating with all of the police and everything. And then the next thing you hear is a battalion fire chief get on there. And it would explain a lot if you would be able to play that. But the pilot did holler out for Mayday, and he lost control. He lost all controls in the boat. So I don't think. I think it was just a god awful thing. But you'll hear in that how they got the northbound side stopped first, then the southbound side. And if you go back and watch those videos, you'll see one car that had zoomed across there, and that's the last set of headlights that you've seen. So I think the car made it off of there, but and they kept trying to get a hold of the foreman for the construction crew, but they couldn't reach him. And the only other person or people they were having trouble getting a hold of was the MEA, which I guess it's Maryland Transit Authority. But I mean, that's my guess. But when there's a situation and stuff, you don't get anything accomplished getting hysterical. You just keep calm and talk in a clear voice.
Okay.
When you're on the scene. And Pappy probably knows all about that business, but those electric over hydraulic is the way a lot of things operate anymore. Now, I've never been on a cruise. I heard you talk about that joystick. Maybe with the newer stuff, it is a Bluetooth deal, but I would almost guess somehow, some way, the Bluetooth has to talk to an electric panel, which runs hydraulics, which would run the rotors and your motor and your speeds and what have you. I don't know if you could find that or where to find that.
Yeah.
But it is pretty interesting. But I'm glad you guys had a good show. And I was really surprised that I listened to the app at night and the replay from the show wasn't on that. And I don't have Facebook, so I couldn't get on that. But all that was on your app is just replays, old replays. You could tell they were old because the volume was real low.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Other than that, I'm glad you're back on the air and everything, Steve, and we'll be out here listening.
All right. Well, I know. I mean, I'm scouring like through Facebook, and I know the Facebook, the video from the shows is on Facebook where you catch the replays there. So maybe try that. That way you can see who we're interviewing anyway. Okay, 17 past the hour. 844-844-3388. Back in two.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Some strange things you encounter out there on the road. Yeah, this guy, a truck driver calling for help after his rescue of an injured bird led to an eagle running loose in his cab. This was in South Dakota. The truck driver rescued the golden eagle earlier in the day after seeing it get hit by another tractor trailer. He stopped and wrapped the stunned eagle in a blanket and brought it into the cab and continued on his way. Later the day, though, the driver made a stop in South Dakota, got out of the cab. When he returned, the eagle had escaped the blanket and was perched on his dashboard. Not sure what to do, he called police, who contacted the animal control. So I put on my jacket and responded, and when I arrived, there's a gold eagle in the cab, and when he began to figure out how we were going to get it out of the cab safely and be able to get it to the Black Hills Raptors so he could be helped. Now, Hafner was with the rescue folks. He worked on wrangling the eagle while his partner contacted the Black Hills Raptor Center. The whole ordeal took a couple hours. Workers at the Raptor Center said the bird was in surprisingly good condition when they got it in their care. Yeah, still a few more tests to run on the bird before he'll be released back into the wild, but they do expect he will make a full recovery. Then Indiana State Police, a trooper recently going viral with a post breaking down the numbers to explain why cutting off a semi is a bad idea. This was last weekend. John Perrin of the Indiana State Police Indianapolis District writes, next time you see an opening in front of a truck, whether you're changing lanes or pulling into traffic, remember these numbers. If you drive a truck, these numbers are important to you as well. If a truck weighs 80,000 pounds and is traveling 67 miles per hour, it generates 11,970,677 foot-pounds of kinetic energy. There's that word Philip used earlier. A Dodge Charger, for example, would need to travel 265 miles per hour to match that kinetic energy. Well, in a crash, higher kinetic energy generates or creates a more detrimental impact, which leads to higher rates of injuries. That post generated more than 7,100 likes and 7,200 shares and got some response from some folks. Me and my dad got on the interstate when I was learning to drive, and one of the first things he told me was big rigs own the road, whether you like it or not. If you tangle with one of them, you're going to lose every time. Respect them and give them room. Great advice that I follow to this day. Another says, as a trucker, this is one thing I can agree and support law enforcement with. Good job trying to help the general public understand. As a trucker, we want everybody to go home safe. Another says, thank you for posting this. I hope people pay attention. My husband drives a truck, and almost on a daily basis, he has people pulling out in front of him or cutting him off on the highway as if he can stop on a dime. I wish some people on the road worried as much about truckers getting home to their families as my husband worries about those on the road around him. And one more. Lastly, my dad hauled steel back in the 60s. His advice when I learned to drive was to stay away from trucks. Give them room, never dart in front of them where they need to brake. I also learned when following behind, make sure you can see their side mirrors. If you can't see the mirrors, they can't see you. Following too close might cause an issue if they have to brake suddenly. Very good advice from the Indiana State Police there. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, you hold my beer while I do something stupid, and this is going to hurt when you realize there's something bad going on there, right?
Yes.
Yep. Truck puts a lot of kinetic energy out there. You said that ship was under pilot?
That's what it said, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, to me, what that means is they put somebody that worked to the port on that ship to get it out of the harbor.
Correct.
Because they can't speak Filipino or whatever the hell that guy was. So I don't know. Well, I mean, you can only say so much about that. That National Transportation Safety Board won't come out with a report for about 2-3 years on an accident. So you might as well, it's not even worth mentioning in the news anymore. And speculation is like an assumption. When you assume, you make an ass out of you and me both. So we'll just leave that at that there. That's enough on all that boat stuff there. Hey, Steve, who is Taylor Swift dating?
Oh, what's his name? Travis Kelce, Kansas City Chiefs.
Not wrong answer.
No.
Wrong answer.
Uh-oh.
Who cares? Yep. Take care of your own love life, people. Stop generating revenue for her there. So it's just I could care less about Taylor Swift there. You know, I'm gonna make revenue for myself, let alone somebody else there. I read on the drive there that the police are using GPS tracking darts to avoid dangerous high-speed pursuits. See? So in other words, they just shoot out their window and hit your car with one of them Apple things, and they just track you wherever they want to, or wherever you lead them to. They're gonna find you anyway. You can run, but you ain't gonna outrun that radio there, right?
And not gonna happen.
Yep. Ford has patented a built-in pickup bed rack with stowaway rails. So you can put them rails up, haul your ladder, and then when you ain't hauling your ladder, you can put them back down, be a regular pickup there, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, this is real scary here, Steve. The FDA okays new treatment to prevent COVID in high-risk people. Well, I thought we already had a treatment for COVID. It didn't work. Now they got another one out there that ain't going to work either. And they're opened the door. The FDA opened the door to clinical use of LSD. See, and boy, that's scary. What they gonna use LSD for? I don't know. And here's a crazy one here. Study confirms what many people know: babies smell good and teenagers stink. I don't know. My granddaughters don't stink. My grandsons don't stink either. Well, strawberries, spinach, they top the annual Dirty Dozen products list, Steve. Leafy green collards, kale, mustard green, turnip greens, followed by grape peaches. Well, we got people out there that didn't come here legally out there working in that field, so what you gonna do? They don't give them people breaks, so they just go to the bathroom right out there in the field there, right? That's how come we got that E. coli and salmonella junk going on there.
That happens a lot.
When you, well, do you wash your vegetables?
Ah, well, yeah, we typically wash fruits and vegetables, whatever we're making.
Yeah, even when you open a can of them?
Well, no, not when we open a can.
Yeah, no, I wash mine even when I dump them in one of them drain pans and rinse them off, get all that junk out of that can there. Well, get to your break and I'll finish this up on the other side there.
Okay, he's watching the clock. There we go. News break coming up here. What do you see? It's 844-844-3388. A Florida man accused of using his trucking business to drive $1 million worth of cocaine from L.A. to Indianapolis has been released from custody. We'll get more on the story coming up. First, a news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden says the federal government will cover the costs of rebuilding Baltimore's Key Bridge, which collapsed following a collision with a cargo ship overnight.
We're going to send all the federal resources they need as we respond to this emergency.
Biden called the event a tragic accident and said there's no evidence to suggest any deliberate wrongdoing. Following its debut on Wall Street Tuesday morning under the ticker symbol DJT, shares in former President Trump's social media company surged by over 50%. Reports indicate that Trump's net worth skyrocketed to $6.5 billion following the surge in stock price. For the time being, WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange has been spared extradition to the U.S., where he faces charges related to spying. A court in London made that ruling Tuesday, stipulating that the U.S. government must furnish a set of assurances within 3 weeks regarding Assange's First Amendment rights. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009. Because Channel 19's a little congested.
Call Steve now at 844-844-3388.
The Overnight Drive. All right, let's get back, finish up with Knucklebuster's Baloney.
All right. Well, this is for Senor Heatwave since he sounded so bad. Robitussin cough syrup has recalled nationwide due to fungal concerns. Get you some other cough syrup other than Robitussin there, buddy. Well, I read this story. It said this woman said he left me because I said I didn't like electric cars. And that may be where we're heading to, Steve. He grabbed his man purse, pulled his hair up in a man bun, and said, when the car is charged in 2 hours, I'm gone. And that's all my bull on it for today. Have a great day, Mr.
There
Steve
you go.
Summers. Enjoyed talking to you.
He grabbed his man purse, put his hair up in a man bun. All right, Horse Feathers. So you're saying in 4.5 minutes they could get word somewhere. Dan was asking about It is a toll bridge. Are there actually manned toll booths down there?
No.
No.
The toll booths were taken away within the last couple of years. It's open, high-speed tolling. There's you just drive through at highway speed of 55 miles an hour. All the tolling is collected on the north side of the bridge, where the Maryland Transportation Authority has their facility. They have a 2-story office building right there. When they took out the toll barriers, the toll plaza where the toll takers would stand, they had extra space they didn't know what to do with. So they came up with the idea that, well, they can DOT trucks. So they made wide spots to be able, so they have plenty of facility there. It's, as I say, it's an operational facility. It's right at the base of the Key Bridge structure. So at any point they make a phone call, all they have to do is walk out the door and they're within 15 seconds of being in the highway, at least on the southbound travel lanes to stop traffic from going on the bridge. Now, the northbound travel lanes, it would have been a little more difficult, but as I say, most of the time they patrol back and forth across that bridge on a regular basis. Construction crew up on the bridge, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't get word to evacuate the bridge, to tell you the truth, because since they had the issue on the other side of the Beltway where the 6 construction workers got killed, they've been pretty cautious about making sure that there's police coverage with any construction work going on the Beltway and most all the interstates now in the Maryland area. Maryland's been really cautious on that. So I'm kind of surprised there wasn't an officer up there with them. But whatever the deal is, we'll have to wait to see what comes out. But more than likely, there was an officer over on the south side of the bridge that wouldn't have had too much trouble getting out there to be able to stop traffic from going on the bridge from the south side, even though that's not where the tolling area is.
Okay.
So, because all the tolling in both directions is done on the north side of the bridge. But anyways, so, and as far as the controls of the ship go, I don't have any idea maritime that way. I mean, I know that little bit that we see with the cruise ships there, where they got those little pods on all 4 corners, and they rotate around like 360 degrees, and they can make the ship do all kinds of crazy things, go sideways and diagonal, and one end forward and one end backward, and they can do all kinds of amazing things with those little pods. And as you said, that's all run with joystick, which goes into a big computer control board in the bridge of the ship. So there's, as you say, you got your navigator and you got your guy that's running the joystick, and the captain sits there and watches all the operation go on. But anyway, speaking of the cruise ships, so there was a cruise ship, a Carnival cruise ship that departed on Sunday.
Yes.
And is due to return on Sunday, and has now been diverted to Norfolk. The Carnival cruise ship will return to Norfolk, and then they're going to be bus transportation from Norfolk back to the terminal there where they left from. So I guess anybody coming to pick somebody up, you have to check your schedule to see when the bus trip actually arrives in Baltimore, because I'm not sure how close to the scheduled arrival in Norfolk is going to be compared to what it would have been in Baltimore. It should be a little bit earlier, not having to go quite as far, because usually they go to the Bahamas or down onto the little, I think they go to Grand Turk maybe. They only do a small couple little different cruises. They don't really expand out and do like the Arubas and all that type of stuff. But anyway, so if somebody's coming back, the ship's gonna debark there, deport. What is it when you get off the ship? They're gonna get off the ship in Norfolk, Your Honor. I don't know what that big maritime word is there for getting off the ship. But anyway, So those people ride buses, or if they want to provide their own transportation, I guess, then they can go however they want to go from Norfolk back to Baltimore. Or if somebody's, if they got dropped off, if somebody lives in Virginia and they got dropped off, it's almost easier for them to go to Norfolk and pick them up instead of going back to Baltimore. So
right.
I guess everybody will have to figure out that.
I don't know what's the drive time from Baltimore to like Norfolk.
Probably somewhere around 6 hours.
Is it that far? Okay.
Hours,
okay.
Depending on traffic. I mean, let's see. I'm down here just outside Richmond, and I figure I'm probably 3 hours here. So probably at least it's probably somewhere 4.5, 5 hours maybe. If you get caught in any amount of traffic, it could be 6, depending on how you it works out that way, time of day and everything. So I don't know, what else did we have going for you there? I don't know, not a whole lot there, but I'm more on the side that this was more of an accident. Now they did say, one news report, that this ship has had issues before. This isn't the first issue that this ship has had. The ship's been other places and had other problems multiple times. So this ship isn't, unfamiliar with having issues. And I was listening to Fox News there a little bit earlier before your show came on, and they had an interview with a captain that had been a captain for over 25 years and been at sea for over 35. And he compared trying to stop that container ship with an anchor to trying to stop a motorcycle going 100 miles an hour by putting your foot on the ground. So, I mean, that was a 25 year plus captain that'd been at sea for over 30 years doing doing this type of shipping.
Bingo.
And, so he said it at 8 knots, he says, if you drop that anchor, it's like riding your motorcycle 100 miles an hour and putting your foot down, making it try to stop with your foot. So I guess that would wear out a Nike, wouldn't it?
It's going to take some time. Correct.
Yeah.
In other words, the anchor's going to drag for a while.
Exactly. And the thing is one of two things will happen. As you say, it'll either drag for a while, or if it latches onto something, it's probably just going to get yanked right off the ship, or pull the chain right, all the way out to the end. And I don't know what happens when those chains get to the end. I don't know if there's something that holds them on their reel, or if they just come off and the whole chain just falls to the bottom of the water there to the river bed below. So I don't know, but it is kind of a messed up situation. It's something we've never had to really deal with of this type of nature, but we've had other bridge problems before. I mean, you remember the earthquake out in the west there? You had the Bay Bridge that went from San Francisco to Oakland that collapsed, where the upper deck crushed all the cars on the lower deck. I mean, they had that type of rescue to do, and that was lucky it wasn't in the water, but they had that major collapse of a highway. Quite a few years back, if you remember, in the springtime, we had the runoff up there for the New York State Thruway, and the Schoharie Creek was running underneath the New York Thruway and washed out a bridge, and there was, I think, 10 or 12 vehicles that plummeted off the bridge, traveling the New York State Thruway, that went into the fast-moving current of the Schoharie Creek there. And that was another deal that had to. I mean, now it was just a smaller bridge on the Thruway. I forget what it was, probably 50, 60 feet across there, but it's still a big enough thing to have vehicles fall in the water, running 55, 60 miles an hour. And so we've dealt with other things, and as I say, this is 3 sections of bridge that, I mean, even though it was completed in 1977, the plans for that bridge are still active somewhere. I mean, there's people that are already designing and figuring out what's going to go on, and as far as cleanup goes, to tell you the truth, the way I've seen things happen, I would expect within 2 weeks that the shipping channel is open. At least that one section of bridge is been removed so that the shipping can come back. So I really don't see much of a delay on the ships coming in more than about 2 weeks. And as you stated earlier there, the biggest thing that the ships bring in is autos. The automotive industry brings a lot of ships in because they get reloaded right to rail from there. So it's not that they stay in the Baltimore area, but they go right on rail cars and they get shipped all over the place from the Baltimore terminal. And it's a lot of your foreign cars coming over too. So I don't know how many domestic maids actually get on a container ship, or an auto transport ship to be brought in there to be put on rail that way. It seems like they'd be better off being right on rail, right out of their factory where they're made, if they're domestic made. So I don't know exactly how many, but there's also a lot of export. There's a lot of the construction equipment and everything that goes like through Ritchie Brothers. There's a lot of heavy equipment export that goes out of the Baltimore port. So that's gonna put a hurt on that. And I don't know if the other ports could actually absorb that type of equipment and be able to load ships of that nature to be able to handle that for the couple weeks or the month that the Baltimore ports aren't going to be able to have the ships come in. But the other good thing is they're going to be able to get a lot of cleanup done on the without more stuff coming in. They're going to be able to clear that port right out. So if they had any backlog with anything, they should be able to get that cleaned up. And I don't know. I guess that's about what we got going for you here. Other than that, on a quiet morning, we got some sprinkle drops supposed to be around here sometime in the middle of the morning, and I don't know. They say it's supposed to last all the way into tomorrow there, into Thursday, and the rain's supposed to be heavier east than to the west. So the Eastern Shore, the Delmarva, going up into Delaware, New Jersey, all that's supposed to have the heavier rain. East of the 95 corridor and west of the 95 corridor is supposed to be sprinkled drops off and on, and not quite so heavy. So kind of take it for what it's worth. And if you're riding up through here, just be extra cautious with the construction. If you're riding from Baltimore up to Delaware, the construction zone, there's accidents in that multiple times a day. That's just I don't know what they've done to design this construction zone, but they pretty much it's a disaster trying to get through there. They just, as I say, they have multiple accidents every day, and it's just I don't know. It's crazy. People don't slow down, and they did try to keep the highway running at full speed at 65 miles an hour with probably 10-foot wide, maybe 11-foot wide lanes, and they zigzag back and forth, and there's no shoulders because there's Jersey walls. There's Jersey walls in place of the yellow and white lines, so there's 4 lanes in between, and there's absolutely no room for a mistake. And it's just and with 65, 70, 80 mile an hour.
With all the distracted drivers, that's a recipe for disaster, right? All right, the Florida guy, $1 million worth of drugs. Yenner Pena Machado, 41-year-old Miami resident, was arrested last week after Indiana State Police found about a $1.1 million worth of illegal drugs while searching his semi-traffic stop on I-70. State Police pulled over the white Freightliner tractor trailer driving eastbound, mile marker 41, Thursday afternoon for a compliance inspection. They said the driver, later identified as Pena Machado, appeared overly nervous and restless. Hands were shaking uncontrollably as he handed over documents. Gave police a Florida commercial driver's license and documents saying he was the president of Meteor Express Carrier. Now, the troopers saw that Pena Machado was supposed to be en route to Morris, Illinois, near Chicago, to deliver refrigerated food. When asked why he had driven nearly 200 miles in the wrong direction, he said he was distracted by a phone call with his wife and planned to turn around at the next truck stop. He said he was making nonsensical statements. The trooper asked and was granted permission to search the semi. Lo and behold, 70 pounds of cocaine, 45 pounds of marijuana, $47,000 in cash. Police believe the drugs were en route from Los Angeles to Indianapolis. Court documents show Pena Machado was then arrested without incident, booked into the Putnam County Jail, preliminary charged with 2 felonies, dealing narcotics and dealing marijuana. However, he would not remain in jail long. Online jail records show Pena Machado bonded out of the Putnam County Jail on Monday after paying a $40,000 cash bond. County officials have since confirmed he's no longer being held at the jail. While it's unclear whether he's still in the state of Indiana, right, a pretrial conference in this case is scheduled for 1:30 May the 22nd. However he got out, he is long gone.
A cat and a rat were all that, and then some. A farm show winner was once again in command at the truck show. And a classy performance ended an evening of game-changing power and life-changing philanthropy. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. 41 of the nation's most prolific competitors pointed their haulers toward the Kentucky Expo Center for the one-night Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals in Louisville to provide the denouement to the 2024 Mid-American Trucking Show.
I'm gonna stand up for what I believe.
Craig Morgan performed the national anthem and his hit single, That Ain't Gonna Be Me, live at the event opening. Just beforehand, $50,000 in proceeds from the event were matched by combined donations from Morgan and Mack Trailer to a total of $100,000 contribution to Operation Finally Home, the charity of whom the award-winning country artist has long been a benefactor. In Grand National Modified Mini, Bobcat Jr. clawed to a class-concluding 259.3 to knock off defending event champion Jeff Hurt's B-Bear. The American representative of the Intercontinental Pulling Team, Abby Leichner of Weldon, Illinois, won a $10,000 prize for the second time in 2.5 years as she steered the bucketless Bobcat into the track-ending sandpile.
They don't give me any advice anymore. They just tell me to go by the seat of my pants, so I guess that's what I did.
Louisville rookie Brian Guzza and Grandpa's Disaster were third. In Yoder Popcorn Grand International Pro Stock, it was once again the Rats' race to win in Louisville, but this time it required a second lap. Grandview, Indiana's Kevin Masterson captured his second consecutive Winter Nationals crown with a victory aboard his River Rat moments after his first pass of the evening ended with the John Deere 6030's front wheels buried in the beach.
Come on, River Rat fans! Kevin Masterson, you doubled up here tonight. Boy, you like that Freedom Hall dirt and that $10,000. Congratulations, bud.
I'd like to thank Rob Russell for sponsoring this event for me. He did a fantastic job, told me what to do, and he said I even listened to him.
Fellow pull-off qualifiers Rhett Parrish and El Nino were second, and R.J. Simon's Loud and Heavy X were third. In Grand Invitational Multi-Engine Modified, R.J.'s brother Brandon pulled the 5-point belts tight for his own third ride of the evening. The defending NTPA champion then delivered with a 234-foot pass that recalled his 2 victorious drives of a month prior in the same arena at the National Farm Machinery Show.
Like I told you at the farm show, everything will just put on a clinic and I'll just keep on trucking, and that's what I did here tonight.
Simon's result was 2 feet past that of Dylan Owens' Thorn in a class dominated by 4-engine configurations. And in Dr. Preload Grand Invitational Super Semi, Chris Wood of Shreve, Ohio, was the first in 3 years of Mack Trailer Winter National semi-action to park his Class Act Peterbilt on the runoff ramp. Wood dominated with his second Louisville victory in those 3 tries.
We didn't know quite what to expect, but she did a good job for us.
Round 4 of the Winter Nationals is tentatively set for Saturday, March 29th of 2025. We hope to see you there. Check ntpapull.com for additional details between now and then, and for all the schedules, scores, and standings throughout the upcoming NTPA regular season. And Steve, thanks for the hat. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you so much. You are more than welcome, John Dunlap. That'll be the final word from Mr. Gilligan. Morning.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Hey,
Hey, put your headset down. Put your microphone down off top of your head.
All right. Sorry, Steve. I got you. Sorry. Hey, thank you for taking my call. Hey, I'll tell you what. I'm beginning to wonder what kind of drug Sundance is on. I mean, he's talking about how can the moon cover up the sun? It's got to be a government conspiracy.
Yeah.
I mean, the moon is so much smaller than the sun. Here's a little experiment for you there, Sundance. Hold your thumb up over a truck out there on the horizon. It'll guarantee it'll cover it. That means your thumb is as big as that tractor trailer. I mean, I swear it's a government conspiracy. Come on now. This is, well, it's Sundance. What can you say?
Yeah.
Steve, I was trying to think of the name of that town there at the end of the bridge there that went down. And the name of that town is Sparrows Point, where Bethlehem Steel was. Ironbeard was referring to it earlier, how many times he come in and out of there. You know, that's crazy and all that. I tell you what, that was a pretty good sized steel plant, of course. Like most of our steel industry, it closed down some years ago. And on a lighter note, by the way, before I leave, I talked to the blind man yesterday morning. Those of you that are making contributions to the Inbred Redneck campaign, the blind man wants everybody to know he is keeping a very close eye on the campaign contributions. He's got his eye on the money, so don't you all worry about it. Yeah, we got to keep on the income contributions coming in. And I hope everybody has a safe day, and take care.
All righty, Gilligan, thank you so much. And, yeah, that'll be the final call here. Boy, I had so many stories under the industry headlines. Several we didn't even get a chance to get to. Brain Dead had mentioned, he sent me the updates about the Yellow Corporation, where the court in Kansas has dismissed the now defunct Yellow Corporation's $137 million breach of contract lawsuit against the Teamsters and their negotiating arm. Yeah, we'll save some of this and see if we get a chance to get around to more of that maybe on our Thursday morning show. Hard to believe we're already rolling into Hump Day. Have a safe day. Be back at the midnight hour Eastern tonight for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,